Hello. Oh, my face is cut off. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. It's always really nice when the Relaxed Movement posts new playlists. And granted, they're so long that I don't actually finish them. Like, I didn't finish the winter playlist, but I was like, oh yeah, there's a spring playlist now. Huzzah! Thank you so much for the cheer, Death's Head, as well as the raid. Hello, Documancer, Magistrate Ironlung, Marx, Hellenic, Ghoulish, Decoy. And that's everybody. We also have some dancing in the not-so-private chat. I love that Documancer was hyped up early. That was wonderful to see. But welcome, everybody. I hope you're having a good day, a good Saturday. I have cute cats. Here is this cat being cute. I don't know if I can... I guess you can see a little bit of his butt. There's the bow butt. But he's being cute too. He keeps looking up at me like he wants pets, and it's too hard to resist. But yes, little meowshmallows. Let's see how long they stay meowshmallows. Yeah, there Bo goes. There he goes. Bo. What's your deal? Huh? What's your deal? Can you stay? Can you stay for the people? Kitty bitty. Yes, there's the bow emoji. Oh, kitty. Yeah, maybe you can hang out back there. What do you think of that? What do you think of that, silly? Oh, snotty cat. Oh, snotty cat. Gotta wipe your little face. Good boy. He's so good. He tries really hard not to step on the keyboard. Nope, you still want out. That wasn't enough. That wasn't enough. What do you think of that, Bella? Are you gonna stay put as you are? Alright. The emoji. I was trying to figure out what kind of joke to make. That's awesome. Okay. Yes, welcome everybody. If you are new here is how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters. It is usually a phrase of some sort. And then we all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Then 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream by me. 4 of those are guaranteed submissions. They'll be read no matter what. 4 of them are encores, and those can be unlocked through cheering. So we have a calculating Wolf, Death's Head, and Mako Cam who will help us keep track of that. But there used to be a bar. There is no longer a bar with a percentage. There are just our lovely calculating people. But when you can fill up that invisible bar multiple times to unlock up to 4 stories. That is greatly appreciated when you do that. The people who get their stories read appreciate it. I also appreciate it as well. It is just a great thing to do all around. And the guaranteed submissions are from our supporter pool of submissions. So you can support by going to the Discord shop in the Discord. There are some tiers of subscription. Tears is not crying. We don't cry over our subscriptions. So there's the $3 tier, which allows you to post prompts to the prompt suggestions channel. There is the $5 tier, which allows you that, and you also get put in the guaranteed submissions when you post. And then there is the $10 tier, which allows you to get all that, and then the first prompt that you submit gets automatically added to the final vote. You may also have a universe tag if you so desire, if you are that that tier, and make sure you contact me either over DMs or just like ping me in the like writing group chat if that is something that you want. And that is something that can vary. I don't know if I've talked about this. That is something that could vary like week to week, like especially if you have a ton of universes. It might be a lot of work for me to have them all available to you every week. So potentially if you're just like, hey, I posted for this universe this week, can I get that tag this week? You can totally do that as well. No Bella emojis yet. So it was meant to be Bella and Bo. The question mark one was going to be Bo and the pointing one was going to be Bella. But I had such trouble with the artist and communicating with them that it just didn't end up working out. And I didn't want to say again that I wanted a Bella one and potentially get something back that was completely different, and so I was like, this one's okay, it looks like Bo, I'll just have them both be Bo. But yeah, the bar is dead, long live the bar, indeed. Thank you for the subscription, Mako. 2 months, yeah, that is interesting that we don't have the like 59 months thing anymore, but we can celebrate the beginning of this new chapter, this new channel. Ghoulish. So happy I got a story in this week. Hopefully I'll get something in earlier this week, but no promises. Awesome. I don't know what Hellenic is saying. Speak for yourself, and Documancer is crying about. But yes, so our prompt for this week was, and I tend to forget once I get up here, it slips my mind. Thank you for the hype train, whoever activated that. Sailing the Stars. That is our prompt for this week. So we had lots of very fun, atmospheric stories for the week that I'm excited to get into. We don't cry over our submissions. Oh, gotcha. So subscriptions, you mean? Ghoulish. That you were the one who activated the hype train. Thank you so much. And Mako has gifted a tier 1 sub to a decoy. That is lovely. Yeah, cheers. Nice. Alright, without further ado, let me show you the list. For our guaranteed submissions, we have Marx, myself, Deathshead, and WolfsBane. Then, for our encores, we have Galler, Weaveroflight, which is a debut, Luna, and Spectre. We have the light, the moon, and the ghost. Alright, so let me know when those get unlocked. Indeed, a decoy can now join the supporter section, which is lovely. Thank you for the cheer, Marx. You are always a different color, Marx. Whoa! Thank you for the big cheer, Mako. That is greatly appreciated. Where you guys are about to beat your last record. You're 66% of the way. Yeah, I forget which color Marx was last time, but I think he's like usually red, and now he is different colors, and now he's bright green, and I'm like, that is not the Marx color. Red is the Marx color. Thank you for the cheer, Hellenic. 72% of the way now. Alrighty, Roo. I feel like there was... Oh, I guess what I wanted to say ahead of time, I did say this in the Pride and Prejudice thing as well, but wanted to say it here too. So FYI, I do have some pingable roles for the VODs. So if you would like to get pinged, like when I upload the Pride and Prejudice videos to the YouTube channel, make sure you accept that role. What was I gonna say? There are two ones. There's one for the gaming VODs and one for the main channel VODs, because I don't know if the same people would want to get pinged for those different things, and so I made 2. But if you're not aware that exists, then there it is. There, it exists. I'm also kind of curious. Do you guys want me to ping you for these VODs, the writing group VODs? Because I feel like more people miss the Pride and Prejudice VODs, and so I feel like it's more likely that people will need those pings to be like, oh hey, I need to go catch up. But these I feel like people are quite good at showing up for. So I'm curious. Would you guys still want? Whoa, lots of cheers from Mako. Another hype train. Thank you so much. We've unlocked Galler's story. Lovely. So yeah, do you guys still want to get pinged for the writing group VODs, or do you just want me to post those and they're there? Ghoulish says, I don't mind. I assume you're saying you don't mind getting pinged for it. Marx is teal for Ghoulish, and he's still red for Mako. Nara says, I prefer red, but I don't mind being random either. Fair enough. Ping away, says Marx. Nice. How could we make that into a prompt? Ping away, dear sir. Ping away. All right. Let me check and make sure there's not a bow outside the door. There is. There he be. I'm glad I checked. He was not meowing. I bet you he would have in the middle of the story. What you doing, kitty? Kitty boo? Ghoulish, I like being green. Yeah, you are always green. I don't think I've ever seen you a different color, so. Oh, right, I forgot about that. Mako says, we're still counting new/gifted subs towards the Encores, right? So what does that, yeah, please do add that and let me know if that unlocks us another one or what percentage that gets us to. Kitty boo. All right. Hello. There he is. There's the kitty boo. Yes. Wait. Hello, Arachnar. Arachnar, you live! I just saw Arachnar, you live, and I didn't see Arachnar's message, and so it really seemed like you saw the ghost of him that I didn't see. Gift sub equals 500 bits, right? Is that somebody, I don't know for sure. I think that's it, because 500 bits is $5 and a gift sub is $5, right? So I think that's correct. But I am not 100% certain. Certain? I'm not certain. I'm not certain or pantsin'. Ragnar, barely alive, but still on this side of the veil. Yes, amazing. Thank you for the cheer, Hellenic. Alright, let us begin with our first story of... I was about to say the evening, but it's not the evening. It's... I've got Pride and Prejudice and Moriarty all on the brain, and it's all making me be like, yes, here we are at our evening get-together. But it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Alright. Bring it in. Overly Familiar. Heavenbound AU by Marx. Avast ye, ya hornswoggling, bilge-sucking, scurvy-ridden scallywags! Matt crowed loudly into the celestial void. You're clearly having fun, said Layla, her wings spread wide as she looked over the side of Matt's magically reinforced ship. The stellar winds surged them forwards as she watched the beautiful yet scorching blue flames of the large star. Matt smirked. You are too. Layla giggled. We're surfing a star on a pirate ship. Matt chuckled, his gaze remaining ahead as he steered. I miss us hanging out together. Layla sighed. Me too. But you don't need me anymore. You and Lynette are doing just fine. Heaven keeps me busy. It's not just me and Nettie, you know. Mara's with us now. Layla turned from the flames. I heard about her. How the hell did you get a dragon indebted to you? Honestly, that was easy. She used to be a filth demon. What? She seemed cool. I didn't want to kill her, so I scared her away. Threw aimless magic at her. Matt! Matt sighed, dropping his head. I know, it's reckless, unpredictable. I wasn't thinking. Turned her into a dragon. Matt, that means she's just a demon who looks like a dragon. Do you have any idea? No, she's actually a dragon now. According to Nettie, I used creation magic. Layla froze. Matt, only the creator wields creation magic. The creator, and apparently me. Layla grew silent. It's supposed to be Death's horseman, right? Destined to destroy. So, me being powerful makes sense. Me being immortal makes sense. Why do you have creation magic? Whispered Layla. I don't know! This isn't me! I'm not a killer! I'm not a creator! I'm the silly guy who'd make a magic pirate ship to surf a fucking star! It's too much! Layla rushed to hug him, only now seeing the intense heat evaporating his tears as soon as they formed. I'm here, Matt. I'm here. He sobbed into the embrace. I missed you so much. Throughout those taloids and tentacles, throughout those moths and monsters, cheer for the story if you loved it. What are we talking about? Don't think I know that song. I am cursed to lodge earworms into others' heads by accident. Amazing. I think we all are capable of that power, but do we use it is the question. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ireland. It's interesting. So last time you were teal, and now you're like a dark, more muted green. Alrighty, room. So this was a great story. I really liked how this story both had silliness and seriousness to it. Because you easily could have just done, here they are, on a pirate ship, surfing a star, and that could have been the whole story, and that would have been cute, but it wouldn't have had a lot of depth to it, and so I really like it when you guys take your stories to a deeper place. Like, I haven't talked about it in a while, but I like this idea of transcendence, when a story goes beyond the story into something that you can apply to your own life and that you can relate to. And I feel like this story does that, and I really like that and think that that is well done. Let me read Marx's notes, actually. Toast medium. Questions? To undoubtedly answer one of your questions, yes, I enjoyed writing that first paragraph very much. So, the story exists in its current state almost entirely from a now infamous scene in the Netflix live-action remake of Avatar: The Last Airbender. There's a scene early on where Aang is overwhelmed by his duty and having a conversation with Appa. You know the one. It should be powerful, but it's almost hilariously telly because the story has to move so fast. So I figured no excuse. I have 350 words and 200 characters to show that a very similar scene can be done well. I even tried to use a version of the line. So my question is, did I succeed? So you guys can feel free to answer that in the comments. Is that a squid? What is that? That's cute. It's a tiny squid instead of the big floppy octopus cyborg squid creature. So I really love the image of the pirate ship surfing the star. I do think that when I first arrived at the story, where did it go? When you say Matt crowed loudly into the celestial void, I'm thinking, okay, so they're going through the blackness of space, and then when I get to the stellar winds surge them forward as she watched the beautiful yet scorching blue flames of the large star. I'm getting the image of them in the void, and then looking over and seeing this blue star beside them. And so it took me a while to realize they're actually on the star, that the fire is the water. And so I do think that taking out that void line would help a lot. with that, but not that big a deal. Just a little something that hindered my understanding. But it is a really great image, and I do love that. I do love that you went for literally sailing a star instead of just sailing through space. That they're literally on the surface of the star, and the fire is the water. And I think that's super neat. I like that a lot. I do like the, like, you're having fun. Well, you are too. And she's like, I am. We're serving a pirate ship. And that's really cute. And I do, this is really fun to say. It was fun to write, and it was fun to say as well. I think I might have tripped. I did trip here, because I don't know if you did this on purpose. I don't know if you purposely picked a name close to yours. But sometimes I accidentally say Marx instead of Matt, and I accidentally say Matt instead of Marx. I think I'm pretty good at catching it for the stream, but this time I messed up. And then I like, introducing the deeper idea of the story of I miss us hanging out together. I feel like that's something very relatable. Doing something fun with, like, a childhood friend or just someone you haven't seen in a while. It's like, that makes it so much more fun, but there's also maybe this bittersweetness to it. I like that a lot. And then the conversation about Mara, it's fun. I like, how'd you get a dragon indebted to you? Yeah, it was easy. She wasn't always a dragon. I don't want to kill her. So that's all very cute. And then I like the clarification of, like, no, she only looks like a dragon. No, she's actually a dragon. All very fun. The conversation flows very well, and then we kind of get this bomb drop of, only the creator wields creation magic, and you're going, what? What does that mean? Which is really neat. So as we get to the end here, so first of all, I am curious how this line worked for you guys, because I believe I read it correctly, but as I sink my teeth into this story, this is one of the only lines that I think I read properly. And I'm curious if you guys caught it or not, because to me, when I read it as him repeating it, especially with those italics, means it doesn't make sense. That he's saying, yeah, okay, I'm supposed to be Death's Horseman, right? Destined to destroy, so me being powerful makes sense. Me being immortal makes sense. And that repetition and that emphasis is saying it doesn't, I do really like that. But I don't know if it's clear to everyone, and we'll go into more of that idea in a second. I do really like his breakdown. Like I said, I do really like the going to that emotional place and having that emotion ramp up. It's really neat, and I love this, like, this isn't me, I'm not a killer, I'm not a creator. I like that he goes to those two extremes of, I'm killing, for heaven, that's my job, that's not me. Okay, what about the positive? What if I'm a creator? Well, that's not me either. I'm not a destroyer, I'm not a killer, I'm just an ordinary guy. I'm just a silly little guy. I like that a lot, and I do think it's really interesting how being the horseman of death, being this destructor, being this creature of destruction, is what gives him this power of creation, this positive power. And the thing that makes him a killer is heaven, him being bound to heaven, this positive force. I think that's really interesting, a neat, like, paradox or oxymoron. And I like it's too much. I do think that this sentence is a little too long to have the punch that it's meant to have, and I do believe I tripped up on it when I was reading it. That sentence is very hard not to trip up on. And so I do think you could there's a couple ways that I think you could fix that. I think you could go, this isn't me, I'm not a killer, I'm not a creator, I'm just a silly guy. I don't know if that would seem too silly, but that could totally work. It would mirror the punchiness of not a killer, not a creator, just a guy. And the other things that you could do is you could just go, I'm not a killer, I'm not a creator, I'm the silly guy who'd make a magic pirate ship. I'm realizing as I'm trying to say that, I think part of my confusion is actually, or not confusion, but tripping, is I want to put the word just in there. Instead of the, I'm just a silly guy. I think that does read a bit better to me. So let's see if you added that. I'm just a silly guy who'd make a magic pirate ship. Let's see. I'm just a silly guy who'd make a magic pirate ship to surf a star. I don't know if you can do it. I don't know, because it all feels like you could take out the swear. That might help a little, but it's still a bit clunky. If you take out the star part, it feels like it's not complete. But if you take, let's see, I'm just a silly guy who'd surf a star. That could work. I guess I'm a silly guy who'd surf a star could potentially work. So yeah, I don't know if I'm being quite as helpful as I'd like to be with that line, but at the end of the day, I keep tripping on that line because there's a lot going on when it's like something that I think should be punchier. And then the ending is very sweet, and him getting that comfort, and the image of his tears evaporating in the star is very cool as well. So, at the end of the day, to answer your question, I do think I'm just Harry. Just Harry. Yeah, exactly. So, in my opinion, as regards to your question, unfortunately, I do feel like the end goes a little too fast for me. And I wrote in my review another option. I'll use my phone. And so I'll read you the other option, but now that I've really sunk my teeth into this story, I actually don't know, if my version is an improvement, because I identified the problem, and it's not what it's not quite what I initially thought. So let me go find it. My suggestion was, I'm supposed to be Death's horseman, right? Destined to destroy. So, me being powerful makes sense. Me being immortal makes sense. Why do you have creation magic? Whispered Layla, that world to her. Why are you asking me? You're the angel. Aren't you supposed to know these things? Matt, I'm just an angel. I don't know everything. What, and I should, huh? Because I'm the horseman of death. I don't know, okay? I don't know. This isn't me. I'm not a killer. I'm not a creator. I'm the silly guy who'd make a magic pirate ship to surf a fucking star. It's too much. I'll address one of the things that I addressed in there before going on to what I identified as the issue, which is that it does seem really odd for Layla to ask him why he has creation magic. And it kind of feels like she's talking to herself, and she's kind of going, why do you have creation magic? And he interprets it as directed at her, but it's not really clear. And it seems, I don't know, maybe it's just me knowing the story, but it seems very clear to me that he would not know why he has that. And so for her to ask him like a second time, why do you have creation magic, seems a little odd, and I think does add to part of what makes it feel a little too fast, is like, why is she asking him that? So I do think a different question might have helped there. But the other thing to talk about is that I realized that I got the tone of the story wrong. And how do I phrase this? My advice at the end of the day will unfortunately be that I think to get the tone of the story to come across properly, you would have to kill your darling. Your darling being this. So, the beginning of the story starts with him having fun, speaking with pirate speak, and then her literally saying, "You're having fun." And he replies, "You are too." And she is like, "Yeah, we're surfing on a pirate ship. This is awesome." And so this is not enough to change the tone of the whole story to me. This is not enough to go from, "Hey, we're having fun," to, okay, more somber. Instead, to me, like when I read it more properly, I think, when I read it just now, but I read it as more of a, I miss us hanging out together, and like not, I miss us hanging out together, very serious. I read it as more jovial, as like, this is fun, I miss us hanging out. So it still seems fun. And then this is a little bit serious, but again, not enough to break the tone. So it's like, me too, but you don't need me anymore. You and Lynette are doing just fine. Heaven keeps me busy. There is a twinge of like, something might be wrong here, but it's not enough to break the funness of what's going on. And then this could go either way. This could be, especially with that ellipses, it could be, it's not just me and Nettie, Mara's with us now. But the statement itself is not serious or negative, and so it can also very much read as, it's not just me and Nettie, Mara's with us now. Again, very playful. And then this very much seems playful, like, I heard about her. How the hell do you get a dragon indebted to you? And this seems very fun. Honestly, that was easy. She used to be a filth demon. This doesn't read to me as, I know I'm revealing something very serious and I'm being serious about it. It reads as either, I know I'm revealing something serious, but I'm talking about it in a joking, silly way. Or it's, I don't know I'm revealing something serious and I'm just joking around. So, like, that was easy. She used to be a filth demon. And then again, she seemed cool, very casual, very, very silly. She seemed cool. I didn't want to kill her, so I scared her away. And the Matt, again, doesn't read super serious. It doesn't read as like, Matt, I mean, even if it did, it reads as, Matt, how dare you turn your friend into a dragon? How dare you turn a demon into a dragon? Very, again, joking. And so then this is an indication, but again, it's not quite enough. And so this reads to me as like, I know what you're gonna say. I know, it's reckless, unpredictable. Wasn't thinking. Turn her into a dragon. So again, very casual. And then, like, she's in that that mode of like, oh, I can't believe you. She just looks like a dragon. And then once again, he seems very casual of, no, she's actually a dragon now. According to I used creation magic. And then this is where the bomb drops, and now things start to get serious. And then when I hit, it makes sense. That is where the true twist, that's where the true drop of emotion happens. That here, I kind of envision him being like the creator, and apparently me. Kind of thing. And then here, he's actually serious. This is where he is fully and completely serious. And so I was talking with a friend, and it seemed, and I could be wrong, we'll see when I read your comments, but it seems that I completely misread the tone. It seems that the whole story, right after we have I Miss Us Hanging Out Together, is meant to be serious. That it is meant to be more of, like, Matt chuckled, his gaze remaining ahead as he steered. I miss us hanging out together. And Layla sighed. Me too. But you don't need me anymore. You and Lynette are doing just fine. Heaven keeps me busy. It's not just me and Nettie, Mara's with us now. And that line is supposed to show a growing distance, like Layla hasn't even met Mara, and so it shows the distance between them, so it's serious. Layla turned from the flames. I heard about her. How the hell did you get a dragon indebted to you? Honestly, that was easy. She used to be a filth demon. What? She seemed cool. I didn't want to kill her, so I scared her away. Threw aimless magic at her. Matt! Matt sighed, dropping his head. I know. It's reckless, unpredictable. I wasn't thinking. It turned her into a dragon. Matt, that means she's just a demon who looks like a dragon. Do you have any idea? No. She's actually a dragon now. According to Nettie, I used creation magic. Layla froze. Matt, only the creator wields creation magic. The creator, and apparently me. Layla grew silent. I'm supposed to be Death's horseman, right? Destined to destroy. So, me being powerful makes sense. Me being immortal makes sense. So, I think that, I mean, I don't know how it sounds out loud to you, but to me, I'm reading it very differently. That reading the whole thing as serious the whole time he is, maybe not doing so okay. So, at the end of the day, I do not think that you can properly get the tone across with what you have, personally, because there aren't enough dialogue tags and action tags that are saying how they are saying things. And I assume that you're at 350 or you don't have that many words left. And I do think that the problem is that the story literally is set up as, we're having fun. And so I'm thinking, even if some serious lines are thrown in there, overall the tone is supposed to be, we're having fun. And so I do think to get that proper tone across of, hey, things are building, he's spiraling the entire time. He just gets to the bottom when at the end. I think you would have to kill your darling. I think you would have to take out the beginning and just describe that they are, in the, surfing the star, and just start with Matt going, I miss us hanging out together. And then that would show, okay, this is the tone of the story overall is not we're having fun. The tone of the story overall is I miss us hanging out together, and that's bubbling the entire time, as opposed to we're having a good time on a pirate ship, and yeah, like, I miss you, this is good. We're having fun as friends, again, if that makes sense. Hopefully I explained that well. I don't know if I did. Let's see what folks have been saying. Yeah, I like that, Wolf. Wolf says, I'm just a silly guy surfing a star on a pirate ship. Yes, I like that. I think part of it, oh no, it's down here. I'm the silly guy who'd make a magic pirate ship to surf a fucking star. I do think that the two, verbs is part of the two verbs, and it's kind of, like the infinitive version, are part of what makes it clunky. So I do think I'm just a silly guy surfing a star on a pirate ship. One verb, ing verb. I do think that helps. What Documenter said works as well, that I'm just me. You could just do I'm just a silly guy, or I'm just me. That would totally work. Oops. It was a squid, the little one. Gotcha. Thank you for the cheer, it said. Gula says, I think we have close to 2 encores. Awesome. And Gula says, that should be 2. Awesome. Marx Thew. Yes. Marx about the names. It says, it's actually not on purpose, lol. I just wanted a ridiculously common name and Matt jumped out at me. Gotcha. It was between that and Joe. That's awesome. I think that Joe is definitely, to me, more of, just your average Joe, so it would be more common, but I like Matt. I like that Matt doesn't go too far into the meme, I guess. You made the correct choices, Mako. Nice. Matt the Destructor, I like that. The demons just call him Matt the Destructor when he comes to kill them. Hello, Luna. You've only missed one. Thanks, Schoolish. Yes, your story was chosen. Funnily enough, that's the line inspired by the Atla remake. Oh, is that the silly guy line was? Then in that case, it is not entirely you to blame. Mark says she is talking to herself, actually, but Matt's frustrated and answers because he's asked himself the same question. Gotcha. I do think that, like I was saying about needing tone indicators, needing the dialogue tags and stuff, I do think that needs Layla whispered to herself, or, whispered to the deck or something like that to be clear. It was meant to be serious after mentioning Mara. You are correct. I hit the character limit hard on this one. Gotcha. Nick says I definitely read it as a spiral on the mood. Mark says, gotcha, I actually agree with that as much as I love that, darling. Fair. Glad that I could help. Documancer says Bob could also work. Bob won't work because Bob is God in this universe. And then Ghoulish, I feel Bob is too comedic. That's so funny. Yep, there's already a Bob, though, for exactly that reason. Exactly. Has the monthly power been used? Is it the end of the month? It is the end of the month. Thank you for reminding me. We will see. It will probably depend on how tired I am, because sometimes I do get quite tired, but if I am not too tired, then I will use that. But at the end of the day, I do really like this, and I haven't seen the live action remake yet, but I probably would feel similarly to that of like, yes, this is a great emotion, great scene, but it's going too fast, you know? So I do really like that emotion, and I can totally understand why that level of emotion would totally inspire you to write a story about that in your own universe. That could be an interesting challenge of like, pick a scene from like just a story, like a movie or a TV show or a book that you're reading, and do your own version of that scene in your story, that in your universe. That could be kind of cool. Yeah, so I very much enjoy like that overwhelmed emotion of like, I literally have the world on my shoulders, and I feel like Matt probably goes through at least one breakdown, if not multiple, of that type in any universe. But I also felt like, knowing that this is the Heavenbound AU, there was perhaps another element to it, which is that it doesn't feel right. He's not fulfilling his destiny, and so he's like, this doesn't feel right. This isn't me. Which I think is really interesting. Documancer. Ah, yes. Oh, my Bob. Nice. I don't think that most people know that his name is Bob. That is a good question. Do like all the angels and demons know his name is Bob? Or is it just like his close confidants? I don't know what people are saying yes to. But anyways, this was a great little story. Thank you so much for submitting, Marx. That's awesome! He just randomly decided he was Bob one day. I love the idea of like millennia he like is this nameless being, and then all of a sudden one day he's like, call me Bob, and the angels are like, what? Call me Bob. I've decided I like it. Alright. Oh boy, it's me. Alrighty. But that's basically what happened. That is awesome. I would love to read that story. I don't know what prompt it would work well for, but I'd love to read that story of him deciding to be Bob. Of all the names, you chose that one? Well, I created all the names, ultimately, and so I get to choose which one I like. You're the ones who made that name seem silly. Call me Al. Nice. Like Al for Almighty. Al Bob. Alright, I'm stalling. Let us go on to my story. A Pirate's Treasure. The Ballad of the Monsters. Victor. I prefer the term anti-hero. When I arrived in Neverland, I feared everything I'd been desperately searching for was lost. Navigating the waters between stars took too many years. Now that I'd finally found the second one, my Peter was nowhere to be found. The ruler of this world was a boy, younger, shorter than my son, with golden hair, a mischievous smile, and clothes of green. His name? Peter. Peter Pan. It had to be a coincidence. My Peter looked nothing like this boy. My Peter had black hair, violet eyes, too pale skin, and after merging with the shadow creature, antlers, claws, and wings. My Peter's smile hadn't shown up in a while. The universe was surely mocking me. When we fought for the first time, I realized this boy, this stranger, this Phen, was indeed my son. Peter? The word faltered. That's my name. He clicked his tongue. Don't wear it out. He swung his sword. I countered. You are Peter, aren't you? My breath caught. My Peter. I don't belong to anyone. Our swords locked, and I whispered close to his face, not even your shadow. His eyes flickered and jumped back. My shadow and I are on good terms. Doesn't mean I'm his possession. I marched forward. It does when you let it enter your soul. You grown-ups and your superstitions. Our shadows aren't demons. They're just the sunlight we block out. Most aren't demons, but yours is. Did it do this to you? His. And this? This form, this illusion. Don't know what to tell you, old man. This is how I was born. I felt my heartstrings snapping. I rushed forward, threw my sword aside, and hugged him. My arms held a taller boy, my fingers grazing his wings. He gasped, pushing me away with wide violet eyes. For a flicker of a second, I saw my Peter. Then that flicker ended. It is you, I breathed. Why are you here? Peter sighed, wearing the same expression my son did when he lost a game. And why are you a pirate? A cracking chuckle. There weren't any doors. I had to sail here. Throw up those moths and monsters and cheer for the story if you loved it. Oh no, you missed it in the tunnel. That's too bad. Aww. Ghoulish says, heartstring snapping is a great image. Arachnar says, that last line, chef's kiss. That is so sweet, you guys. Thank you so much. And thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Alright, so I am glad that I was able to read this story to you guys because I felt like I have more to talk about with this story than I sometimes do with mine. Granted, I saved commenting on mine for last, and so I didn't get the comments actually written down, but I saved mine for last because I'm more likely to remember what I wanted to say. So today we're going to be talking about tone a lot. So what I want to ask about this story is that I feel like I had a different tone in mind for this story, or I viewed it, as having a different tone than other people reading it did. Because when I read it to people, they came back and were saying, oh, like, this story is really fun and cute and funny. And of course, I appreciate the compliment, but that actually isn't the tone I was going for. For me, this story reads as very bittersweet. That Victor has spent all this time, all these years, trying to get back to Peter. And after all that time, he gets to the place where Peter's supposed to be, and it seems like he's not there. And so it's like, holy crap, have I just wasted my life away, and now I'm gonna have to spend, a bunch more time trying to find him wherever he actually is, and I have no clue where he actually is now. So that's like the first, like, oh crap. Well, actually the first, like, bittersweet moment is that time, is that, like, I am trying so hard to get to you. And then the second one is, okay, I've got to the place I'm supposed to go, and you're not here. And then the third level of bittersweetness is he realizes that this is Peter. And so there is hope to that. Like, okay, it is actually him. I did come to the right place. So there is hope in that. But there's this new level of bittersweetness, which is, I found him, but, like, my worst fears are true, and it's worse than I thought. Like, I was afraid of what I would find when I reached him. I was afraid of how different he would be. He's so different that he literally looks like a different person. He's so different that he doesn't even act like my son. He doesn't look like my son. He doesn't act like my son. And that's very difficult and painful. And so, like, there is this level of this is the start of a new journey between them, and there is this level of like, oh, I finally found you, and like, here we go, here the journey begins, kind of thing. But like I said, to me, like, there's this like heart-wrenching nature to the story of I spent so much time searching for you. I would give anything to find you. At first it seemed like you weren't even here. Now I realize you are here, but it's like you're not my son anymore. And so I'm really curious how it read to you guys. What was the tone for you guys? Did the tone read as very fun? Did it read as bittersweet? And why did one or the other come across? Was it something totally different from either of those things? And then I am curious what I might be able to do to convey that bittersweet tone better. I did actually try to do that because I did realize it right before I posted. And because I had some people read it and get back to me before I posted, but I did, of course, I don't have the original on this computer. But the lines are a bit different. It was like, when I finally reached Neverland, I feared I'd come to the wrong place. And instead I changed it to, I feared everything I've been desperately searching for was lost, trying to put that emotion in. And then, like, you know, I think I just said something like, navigating the waters between stars took too much time. And then I changed it to, took too many years to convey, oh no, like, this isn't like, oh, it took a couple hours. It's like, it took years. It was difficult. So I did try to interject some more of like, hey, like, this was a struggle. There's a desperation here. I don't know that that's enough, though. I don't know if what I did is enough to properly convey that, oh, I tried so hard to get here. And now that I'm here, it's, you know, it's painful. Let's see. Okay, what else did I want to discuss? And if you guys are asking me how I want to be toasted, you could just do medium. Just, you know, say whatever you want to say. Did the after merging with a shadow creature, did that work or not? Especially for newcomers, were you like, what, huh? You know, or were you like, intriguing? Because I felt like I needed to clarify why he has, you know, antlers, claws, and wings, because the wings are important. The wings get mentioned at the end, so I needed to mention them, but I didn't feel like saying, yeah, you had black hair, violet eyes, too pale skin, and antlers, claws, and wings. Like, I feel like it'd be like, okay, you know? So I'm curious if that worked, or if it just, you know, interjected confusion where you didn't need confusion. You didn't need that. And then the next question I had is, I had to take out the reason that he figured it out. That there is actually, once they are in close proximity, I don't know if I should say it or not, but when they are in close proximity, there is something that is a very telltale sign that he's like, that is Peter. And so it's pretty much confirmed from that alone. And this conversation is just hammering it down, is just like confirming for absolutely sure that is correct. But it's weird. It requires context and it requires words. So I took it out. So my question is, did that work? Because all of this is like, when we met for the first time, I realized this boy, this stranger, this Phen was indeed my son. Peter, the word faltered. But I don't say what. I don't say what made him realize it. So I'm curious if that worked, or if that's something that it's like, no, like, you would have needed to take some of the conversation out to explain that. It didn't really work without it. I am curious if the his worked. The his was supposed to be also, it wasn't there at first. It was just the this. There was some clunkiness to it that I had to fix up, but I did like this idea of, because this has been true of their most of their lives, that Peter and Lizzie use his and Victor uses it, and they're always correcting him, and so that is a strong clue that this is Peter. and kind of a slip on his part. But I don't know if it worked. I don't know if it was confusing, especially because his and this are so close together. I don't know if the words sounded, dissonant next to each other. I also, what did it used to be? I don't remember what this line used to be, but this is how I was born. That's the line that breaks him, that he's like, I was there, when you were born. This is not how you were born. And so that's what makes him take greater action. And I really do like this image, but I don't know if it conveys the, oh, that hurt, I'm taking action, kind of vibe. I am also unsure if the him hugging him felt like a jump. So it used to be that he maneuvered behind him and reached out with his hand instead of his sword and touched his wing. And so that he's kind of thinking like, okay, if this is an illusion, maybe that means I'll actually be able to touch what's really there. And so he gets behind him and does. That move just felt so awkward to me. I kept looking at it, and even though people were like, it's not awkward, it's fine, Kaylee, I was like, it still feels that way. It don't feel great. And so I kept thinking about it, and I'm like, what if I go for that idea of, reaching out to actually touch him, and he is still trying to break the illusion. That is still the thought that's going through his head, that he's like, if it is an illusion, then maybe I can touch the real thing. So that is still what he's thinking. He just goes for a more emotional version of that instead of like get behind him and touch the wing, that he just goes for the hug. And personally, I do like that image so much more, both emotionally and just, I feel like it's less clunky. But it does run the risk of feeling like a jump. It does run the risk of, he doesn't even know if this is his son. They're fighting with swords. Why is he hugging him? That could totally be an issue I could see. Oh yeah, and then the other question is, what do you think of my use of the prompt? I wanted to go for Wolf's inspiration. I wanted to go for like at least them traveling to Neverland for the first time, but how the portals work in my universe is the bane of my existence and has been for a long time. And so if I went for that, I'd just have to like fudge a bunch of stuff. I'd just have to like make stuff up that probably won't be accurate and would then make me mad in the future. And so I wrote another story, the Sapient story, and that use of the prompt is, I would do the impossible to reach you. I would do anything to reach you. And I was kind of going for the same vibes here of I would do anything to reach you. And that's part of what I don't feel like I was able to convey as well as I wanted to at the beginning of like, I was desperately searching. I would do anything. I would sail the stars to reach him. And he did have to. He did have to sail the stars to reach him. But, because the story itself isn't necessarily detailing that I would do anything thing. It's just the lines of navigating the waters between stars, and then there weren't any doors. I had to sail here. End up being the prompt use, and I don't know if it feels too on the nose. I don't know if it feels lackluster because I didn't go more in depth into it, or if it works. So yeah. Let's see what you guys have been saying. Oh yes, there's an ad. I'm sorry. I mean I'd prefer it be on my story than anybody else's, because at least the author, isn't getting added isn't getting an ad when I'm trying to talk to them. Wolf says, my Peter reminds me of Hook when Peter goes, my Jack. Aw, that's really sweet. Bittersweet is a good word for the tone. It feels like there's something else as well, though. Interesting. Remember the shadow creature from other stories. Nice. NASA says, I also remember the shadow from at least one past story, and that totally makes sense. Didn't really question how Victor knew Peter was his Peter, so I didn't think he needed to include the detail of why. Good to know. Good to know. There's no way a combatant is letting his opponent sneak up behind him. Yeah, good point. Yeah, I just had the line of, like, I maneuver behind him, like, they kind of it's like a dancey move where it just happens really fast, but that's more evidence as to it being clunky, is that it might have seemed like, that's far-fetched. Arachner says, the tone I take for is very emotional. Gotcha. Even more pigeons. Welcome. Says, the tone worked for me, although it seems more bitter than sweet to me. Interesting. Hellenic says, I don't know. I kind of feel like there didn't need to be a specific reason why Peter's father recognized him in the end. His whole tone throughout is one of denial throughout the story. It would have been a bigger surprise to figure out that this actually wasn't Peter the whole time. Yeah, that's a good point, for sure. Hug seems fitting for a sad father in general. Gotcha. Good to know. So that is interesting that most of the folks I talked to got beforehand were saying that it was fun, but it seems like what you guys are saying now is that the bittersweetness did actually come through. So that's fascinating. That's very interesting. But yes, I think that's pretty much it. So let's see if there's anything else I wanted to say. Yeah, I don't know exactly. Oh, interesting. I think part of the bittersweet coming through is also in how you read it. That makes sense. Yeah, that would be the extra factor, wouldn't it? That, well, at least for some, that reading it on the page would perhaps read more fun, and actually hearing me voice Victor's emotion could potentially make that come through better. Right, it set the mood. Gotcha. I did adjust the story. That is true. I didn't adjust that much, though, so, yeah, I don't know. Interesting. But I'm glad you guys enjoyed. Let us move on. I'm glad that I was indeed able to write a Peter Pan story for a Peter Pan inspired prompt. And get it read too, so that was fun. Anyways, let us go on to Death's Head 419. I don't believe that you had any notes, so if you have any questions or would like to say how you want to be toasted, go ahead and do so now. Watermill Wonderland by Death's Head 419. Ephron floated contentedly in the flat sea, the mirror surface reflecting the stars as though the violet-scaled merman were moving between worlds. The illusion was broken by the shimmering form of Salacia rising beside him, water streaming off her hair in blue scales as she scowled at him. What's wrong? 3 weeks, Salacia said flatly, thrashing her tail in irritation. 3 weeks since I turned you into a merman, and you've not shown me anything. We explored that shipwreck where I've explained everything you didn't know. That's not the same. You promised me all the wonders of the land I dreamed of seeing from the comfort of the water. Well? He swallowed, an idea coming to him. I wish to wait for the perfect night. Her eyes, though marred with suspicion, lit up. Nervous, Ephron dove, guiding her along the coast to a river he knew well. Up the watercourse they swam, until reaching a village, a dam, and the 3 watermills it powered with sluices. What are these? Salacia asked as they approached a mill wheel. For those on land, a way to crush grain, Ephron replied, taking hold of the locking bar and pushing it in, letting the wheel turn. For us, an elevator to the stars. He grabbed a paddle, letting it hoist him skywards. The wheel was taller than he anticipated, and he nearly hit his head on the sluice. But once at the top, he was afforded a spectacular view, and then a thrilling dive without any fear of drowning. Salacia followed him, delighted as she made her own trip to the top of the wheel, a mermaid amongst the stars, and then dove into the water at his side. So they went on for a half hour, riding the wheels and hauling themselves up the spillway to slide down the sluices. That was when a light and a shout rose from the village, the clamour having awoken someone at last. The two retreated back into the safety of the starlit ocean, Salacia delighted, and Aphron's mind already racing with ideas for their next adventure. Throw out those tailloids and tentacles. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Just said, oh boy, I had a heck of a time picking a story this week. Just honest thoughts. Fair enough, fair enough. I'm really curious because I didn't get the chance to read your other story. Did you go for the A Star People story? Because I was like, oh, Death's Head also has the Star People in his world, and so he could do that as well. Both uses I'm sure would be great. Thank you so much for the cheers, Magistrate Ironland, Ghoulish Misfit. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm 99% sure that this is a sequel to the mermaid story that we read a few weeks ago. And my tip-off mainly is their scale colors, that he has violet scales and hers are blue. And then it also says 3 weeks since I turned you into a merman. And so I was thinking that it was a continuation. They do have different names, but if this is, I mean, I guess we'll see what other folks think, but if this is indeed a sequel, I applaud you for being able to be clear, at least to me, that this was a sequel and have the characters literally have different names. Like, immediately I was like, oh, they have mermaid names now. That's cool. I wasn't confused by it or anything. I could definitely see other folks potentially being confused, it potentially being an issue for others, but for me, I definitely got that. I definitely got that image, and I like that a lot. And though I will say that if it was not a sequel, then I do think using the same scale colors is like maybe not the best choice. Because I think if you had said like, oh, like green and blue or green and red or something, I would be like, oh, okay. Maybe it seems like the same universe because someone was just turned into a merman, but they have different scale colors and different names, so clearly it's not, you know. But anyways, I loved that story, and so you know that I'll love a sequel to it. So I was really excited to see these characters a second time, and see their journey. You know, now that he gets to live in the water and what it's like. I think that's very fun and cool. I really like this image at the beginning. There are a few stories that use that mirror water image. I quite like it. I also can't, I cannot complain because I used it in my fic. I also wrote a fanfic for this prompt, which I'll hopefully post tonight. And so I used it too. But I really like that image. I think it's such a beautiful image, and I really liked how you added to it with him, you know, laying back on it and looking up at the stars and stuff. I think that I could just feel like the relaxation and the grandeur of that image. I think that's really cool. And then I like, you know, that getting broken by her rising up. I think that's neat, and leads well into the next part of the story. So let's see here. I do think that this next part here is, to me, the clunkiest part. I talked to multiple people, and all of us got confused by this part, and we all got very different images for what was going on here. The image that I got is that, you know, she turns her boyfriend into a merman, and she's like, you know, and either she asks or he just promises and is like, hey, like, I'll show you all the wonders of land from the comfort of water, you know. And what was I gonna say? But it is an odd idea that I think takes some explaining, and it could also be in the phrasing. Maybe the phrasing's a little clunky, but because like you know, you promised all the wonders of the land I dreamed of seeing from the comfort of the water, is a lot's going on there. Let's see. I should have written down a potential edit for it. Like maybe something like, you promised I'd get to enjoy the land from the comfort of water, or you'd show me the land from the comfort of water. I think that instead of all the wonders of the land I dreamed of seeing, and just you show me the wonders of land, I think that would be less clunky. But it's this odd idea that's like, okay, he's gonna show her land from the water, but especially if this is a sequel, isn't the point for her to show him the wonders of the water? Especially because we saw in the other story that she seemingly could walk on land. Granted, it wasn't completely confirmed. The only thing that was confirmed is that she had a phone. So it is possible that she just had the phone on the shore and swam up to the shore and texted her little hieroglyph emoji texts. Because I think when we saw them at the end, I think she was standing on the dock, but it's possible she wasn't standing. It's possible that she was just like at the dock, you know, in the water. But I definitely got the impression from that story that she could walk on land. And so in this story, her being like, you know, oh, you promised me you'd show me the land, I'm kind of like, well, don't you have the ability to get legs, at least temporarily, and see the wonders of land for yourself? So there's that question as well. So it's not a bad idea, but it seems like an odd idea that really isn't necessary to make the story work, and unfortunately ends up making the story not work quite as well, at least to me. Because at least to me, I think that the story would work better with just him going, come here, I have something to show you. And that's it. So that, you know, he's floating on the reflective water, and then she comes up and she's like, hey, like, you said you had something to show me, and he's like, I do, come here, and takes her up the river and takes her on this romantic date. I think that would work better and would provide less questions and less clunkiness. Let's see here. It is cute, though, him being like, I was waiting for the perfect night. I do like this image, too. I butchered it, but I do like this image of our eyes marred with suspicion lit up. I also do like the image of just going up to this watermill. We'll come back to this, but I do like this idea of him going to the watermill, and I don't remember the exact phrasing or where it was. It was either like in the actual Little Mermaid story. I think that you know, the sisters, I forget which birthday it is, but on a birthday they're like, you get to go to the surface now, and then after that you're allowed to hang out you know, around the surface. And so either it's there where they're like, oh, they like swim through the rivers and learn stuff, and Ariel's like, well, she's not called Ariel in that, but the Little Mermaid is like, when do I get to go? Or it's at the end when she's a spirit, she like goes over the rivers and helps people and stuff. But yeah, so I don't remember where it was in the actual story, but this image of just like mermaids going up the rivers reminded me of the actual Little Mermaid story, which I think was very fun and cool. And I like them using, you know, human land technology in their own fun ways. I think that's really cool. Yeah, so I just really like the bottom half a lot. I really just think that's very cute of them riding the mill wheel and jumping in, and it's like a little ride, a little elevator to look at the stars and get closer than they've ever gotten to the stars, and then dive back down into the water. I think that's really cute, really fun, totally the perfect romantic date for a mermaid and merman. And so I like that a lot, and I like this idea of, well, for those on land, this is how they crush grain, but for us, something totally different. For us, we're going to get to the stars in this way. I do like that you also have two uses of the prompt. You have that, the reflective one at the beginning, and then the elevator to the stars, sailing the stars, through the mill wheel. I think that's very cool. Yep, and then they get caught at the end. So super cute. Really like that image. I do feel like, though, that this is another case of me not quite getting the setting. And because I did critique this last time, it makes me wonder if perhaps our brains just work quite differently. And for you, like, the image is very clear, but for me it's not. That could definitely be possible. Up the watercourse they swam until reaching a village, a dam, and 3 water mills powered with sluices. So, first of all, the image, the word village, to me doesn't conjure to mind modern day village, like modern day town. It conjures to mind, and granted, it probably should conjure to mind modern day town because the other story, homeboy worked at a hamburger joint, so I should know, it should conjure that image, knowing that. But I was thinking, okay, so we're like in some like old backwater town, the houses are made, with just like, well, I mean, Wolf posted a GIF. I don't know what it's from. It seems like it might be from a video game, but Wolf posted a GIF in the stream chat. That's what I was imagining. The GIF that he did was what I imagined. Like, okay, here we are, like, it's like kind of like a cabin in the woods, that we're back here in the back river, especially because they need to be, secretive, that I would not think of them as going to a big, heavily populated town, rather just a little out of the way village, some cabins in the woods going up the river, kind of thing. And the sentence has so much information in it that I wasn't able to get a clear picture of it. It's like, okay, up the water course they swam until reaching a village, a dam, and 3 water mills powered with sluices. Like, there's so much going on there that I missed the dam, the 3 water mills. I missed, this is huge. This is modern. This is huge. And this is not the little mill wheel that Wolf posted in the stream chat. Like, this is a dam. This is a modern day big dam with 3 water mills. That's a very different image, and an image that gives me a lot more questions. Because, like I said, like that's like, I was thinking that they should be secretive. I'm thinking, okay, they're going to a small village. The word village conjures that something more secluded and woodsy, and so this idea of like, no, actually, we're in a modern town. There's a huge dam. There's 3. Is a very different image that I feel like needs more time, and I need more information than just, okay, here we are, dam, 3 water mills, village, sluices, to really get what's going on. And part of it also, like, there is, of course, the issue that I hadn't heard the word sluice before, and so I was like, okay, I guess it's just like it's the pathway of the water. I'm thinking that's okay. Like, a sluice is a pathway of the water. That's all right. It's apparently, let's see if I know I wrote it down somewhere. Yes. It apparently is a lock. If you had used the word lock, I would have immediately got the image of, oh, this is huge. Like, this is a giant thing. I don't know if that's just me, because I did grow up in Seattle, and like, we would take field trips to the locks, and they're giant. Like, they let the ships in, and so I think if you had said lock instead of sluice, I wouldn't have thought, oh yes, like little tray for the water to go down, little slide. I would have thought, oh, okay, big big lock, big dam, modern. Let's see, what was I saying? But at the end of the day, I do think... Oh, kitty, do you want out? Here. So I do think that you, at least for me and my understanding of the story, you would have two options. Either you would need to sacrifice some words somewhere, likely from the beginning, to convey the dam image a little bit better, that to really devote some words to describing, hey, here's what it looks like, here's what's going on, or you'd have to go with that simpler image, that image of like, oh, hey, we're just like in a river and in a backwater town, and, you know, the mill wheel image that Wolf posted, here we are, as opposed to, no, actually, this is a huge lock and modern dam and stuff. But, you know, of course, you know, you guys are free to say the images that you got, because this could have just been me, and like, maybe it was perfectly clear to you guys. Maybe you guys were like, no, I totally got what Dessa was going for here. But for me, it was a little too complicated and a little underdescribed, because I'm just getting the words without the sentences of description of, hey, here's what it looks like. If that makes sense. I'm also curious, so I use a Ford as spectacular view and then a thrilling dive without any fear of drowning. So this is absolutely another thing that is just related to what I just said, that this would probably make complete sense if I understood what I was looking at, if I understood the image. But like I said, the image I got is, here we are in a backwater town in the river, and as you can, I mean, kind of see in the GIF that Wolf posted, I think of, and this might just be me not understanding how mill wheels work in general, but the water's pretty shallow in the image I was getting. And so maybe you're not going to drown, but you can snap your neck. You can if you're diving into shallow water, you can hurt yourself. And so when I got to that line of a thrilling dive without any fear of drowning, I was like, I think there's another fear that I have here. But again, I probably wouldn't be thinking that if I understood the image more properly. And again, I don't know if that's more me or if that's more on you. Yeah, let's see what folks have been saying. Desset says, nope. Is that a nope to it being a sequel? What? Okay, if that's a nope to it being a sequel, I am shocked. Tell me more. How is it not a sequel? And why did you use the same plot? Why'd you use, oh, I just turned you into a merman and use the same color scales if it's not a sequel? It's actually a sequel for a different story I wrote for Tale Foundry's contest. Interesting. Oh, I see. Ghoulish says, is it just a sexual dimorphism in the mermaids of your world, that female mermaids are blue, while male are violet? Yeah, that can make sense. Gotcha. This answers my question before I asked. I think the two just got cross-pollinated in my head. Gotcha. And Mothman with tentacles, surely the eldritch being we need. Nice. Thank you for the cheer, Makocam. Arachnar says, if not for the dam, I think the image that I'd have conjured after reading the description of the village would be akin to the last scene in Kurosawa Akira's Dreams. Do you have a picture of that you could post in the stream chat? Okay, I feel better that Hellenic was saying, was this a sequel to the boy working in the diner one? So, I'm not alone in that. Looks like Des had posted the actual contest story. It was a sequel too. Gotcha. Nice. I know, I don't know if this is exactly what you're saying. Well, I know it said damn. I read this story like 2 or 3 times. Never caught the word damn. It's, like I said, it is too much information in one sentence, and it is just stated without any sentence or description. That it's, instead of being like, okay, like, here's our image, like, what does this water course look like? You know, we swam up this rocky river, or we swam up, you know, this, is the river huge? Like, what does this river look like? Okay, what does the village look like? Is it, you know, cottages, quaint little cottages, or is it more of concrete, you know, postage stamp houses? And then, what is this dam like? Is this dam of concrete? Is this dam of wood? You know, where are these 3 water mills? How big are they? You know, all of these things. Like, I don't get a clear image of, like, especially because, like I said, I was thinking this was a sequel, and that should have been, okay, so thinking that this was the sequel, that should have been included with me, that it's modern. Especially knowing it's not a sequel, we don't know if it's modern, that it could be fantastical. And so, saying damn, and I do think that, so, one of 2 things happened. I wish I remembered better. Either I didn't catch the word damn, either it slipped my mind, or I got the image of a wooden dam that they passed over. That's like, okay, we're going up the river. Oh yeah, here's like our wooden dam, just little in the river. Let's go over that. Here we are at the Watermill. Rather than, hey, there's a giant dam and it's part of the situation. Yeah, I feel like I'm just repeating myself, but yeah, the Wolf posted this picture of this Hagud mill. That's absolutely what I was imagining. That's an even better picture. Yeah, and then there's the village of Watermills from Akira Kurosawa's Dream. Yes, that's exactly the type of image. Yes, all of these, all of these are exactly the images that I was thinking of when I read the story. So, and I don't know if I don't know if people have quite answered yet, but I guess Arachnar was the one who said the Kurosawa's Dreams thing. I could be the only one that got that image, but if that is also your guys' default, hey, what is your default Watermill image? If it is those, if it is the pictures that Wolf posted, then I definitely think that if you're going for an image that is different from the default water image, I do think it requires more words, requires more explanation. Huh. It says that looks spot on. Okay, so what's the damn situation then? Now I'm even more confused if I got the image correct. What is the damn situation if that is indeed is it what I thought, what I potentially thought, that it's more like, okay, we have a dam before the village that's like more made of wood, and then we go over that, and now here we are in this village. Let's see. Mako says, I can't say why exactly, but I was definitely imagining like a modern hydropower dam. But yeah, so I don't know, I'm harping on it a lot, but you guys can still answer if you want on the image that you got. So I could have I was thinking I got the wrong image and critiquing it, saying that I needed more, but maybe I got the right image. I don't know. Let's see. But anyways, at the end of the day, I'm being very nitpicky and a little harsh. At the end of the day, I did really like the story. I think I talked about this before with Kansas's stories, that I read stories very differently when I read them just to myself to review them versus for the stream, because if I just reading this to myself the first time, it's like, oh, cute mermaids, yay! Yay, mermaids, and elevator to the stars. I don't know if I'm getting a clear image, but that's fine. It's cute. I gotcha. And then when I really sink my teeth into it, I'm like, yeah, I'm really not sure if I'm getting a clear image, and that could be a problem. But anyways, I hope this was helpful. I apologize if not. But even though it was not a sequel like I thought it was, it's still an adorable romantic mermaid tale. Mermaid tale. Thank you so much for submitting. Let us go on to WolfsBaneX. No, you had a question. I wrote it down. Okay. I know I'll have to add got two more mer couples I have to have the two mer couples meet just to really confuse everyone. I feel like that might clear it up, because then it would be clear that they are indeed two couples. That would be fun to see, regardless. Alright, wait, let me check something. No kitty. No bow kitty. Alright. Oh. A Slow Ascent by WolfsBaneX. The dirigible listed side to side in the morning thermals of the seventh plane, the gondola rocking its occupant. Hazan started awake with the realization that she was rolling across the floor. With a curse, Hazan got up, dashed from the galley to the bridge. With a flip of a few switches, the gondola ceased swaying. Hazan flopped into the captain's chair before unwrapping a nutrition block, ripping a chunk off with her teeth, and rolling the chewy substance around her mouth. Gods, she missed real food. A beep cut through Hazan's thoughts. A call. Great. Hazan pressed a few buttons, and a voice crackled through. Ground control to Turab. Come in, Turab. This is the Turab. Sup. Our readings have you traveling faster than anticipated. According to the recent data, you should reach the lower heaven in 2 days. It'll be another 3 before you reach the boundary between the lowest heaven and the next. We'll instruct you from there. Hazan sighed and swallowed. You better deliver on your end. Yes, 200,000 credits and then some. Good. Because when I get back, I'm taking a bath. A hot bath. A hot milk bath. There was an uncomfortably long pause. If you like, we could take that out of your payment and make an appointment with one of our subsidiaries. I hear Buzzle Wellness Resort. Fuck that. A pause. I beg your pardon? Reduce my pay and shove it back into your own pockets? No, fuck that. You really think I'm that much of a dumbass? Another pause. In that case, Miss Najee, we'll let you get back to the dirigible. Over and out. Hazan wanted to dropkick the communication station, but decided against it. No way were they docking her pay. Putting what passed for food aside, Hazan stared up into the sky. For now, it was a gray-blue, but soon, when the sun submerged into its quagmire bed, and hundreds of little dots would speckle the black left behind. Hazan clenched her fist. She'd be the first to capture a star. She had to be. Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. It was great to see a story from you, Wolfiekins. I don't know why I always want to go cutesy with your name. I guess it's the result of naming yourself after an animal. You just gotta make something cute out of it. All right, so the setting is Jindina, which I should have wrote in the title. I apologize that I didn't. Let's go medium for toast. Do you think I spent too much time on the setup for the scene? Does it take away from the prompt elements? So feel free to answer that in the chatty chat. Alright, this was a very interesting, very fun story. The vibes of it very much reminded me of what you put in the prompt intro about this satirist who wrote that story about like taking a hot air balloon up into the moon. And so I like this like combination of, I mean it's a combination of multiple genres, but this kind of combination of sci-fi and fantasy at the very least, but also like steampunk and some spiritual stuff in there. So very interesting vibes, because you could have done this story with a spaceship instead, and that still would have been cool, but there's some whimsy to it being a dirigible and, you know, this talk of heavens and stuff like that, which is very neat. My favorite part of the story is by far this paragraph here. I think this is amazingly done. So she flops into the captain's chair. Already we have this image of just like, she's not sitting nicely. She's flopping, already exasperated. She unwraps the nutrition block and rips off a chunk and rolls the chewy substance in her mouth. It very much is this visceral, like, ugh, that ain't food kind of image that I like a lot. And it conveys the, I don't know, like, harshness in her character, that she rips off a chunk and rolls it around, you know. I like that a lot. And then the paragraph ends with, God, she missed real food. That we very much get this image of, that ain't food, even before we get to that part. And that interjects some emotion into it of, maybe because we can be going, that sounds gross, but maybe she's like, yeah, whatever, like, it's life, it's fine. But no, like, she actually has emotion about this and is like, I wish I had real food. And that sets up really well the story to go, you know, that she wants to go back, that she's not content out here where she is in the heavens. She wants to go home where there's real food, which I think is great. Oh, I hear the mow.
Kitty. Silly cat. Come here, silly cat. Mama. Bobo. Come here. Here he is. There's the bow. Look at that face.
Ooh, those are pretty wings. In the chat. I'm not saying my cat has wings. I like the introduction of, like, we begin with things are awry, things are rocking in the wrong way, and she's rolling across the floor. I like that. So I think that one of the strongest things about this story is the character, that she has so much character, and you are able to convey what kind of person she is very well in 350 words, which can be difficult to do. So, like, with a curse, Hazan got up, that could tell us, you know, she's just frustrated like any sane person would be. But it could also be that's kind of like she's kind of a crotchety person, you know, kind of character. So there's, like, our first clue, and then we have this whole part here. It shows us her character, and then she's like, great, sup, and then of course we have the fuck that. So there's so much character to her, and I think that comes through really well and is really well done, and can sometimes be difficult to do. So I think you did a great job with that. The more I look at this, I'm unsure if this is a fair critique, but I don't have a whole lot to critique in this story, so I'll say it anyways. I did keep reading that line wrong, even though I, like, should know, like, I knew what was going on. I kept reading it wrong. I kept reading it more as a beep cut through Hazan's thoughts. A call. Great. You know, because a call sounds very hopeful, like a beep. It's a call. Great. And maybe that actually works, you know, because maybe the audience is supposed to think, oh, there's a call in this void. Great. You know, but I kept reading it wrong. Again, not that big a deal, but something to say. I was unsure if Turab was her last name, and it is confirmed it is not her last name by the end, and so I was wondering what this was. It is the ship name. I do think that this would benefit from some italics. I could be wrong, but as far as I know, ship names should be italicized, and so if it was, I would have had no confusion. I would have been like, oh, okay, the Turab is the ship name. Gotcha. I'm also curious, so this line I didn't think I was tripped up by this line when I first read it, but once I sunk my teeth into it, I was like, I think I am confused. So according to recent data, you should reach the lower heaven. The lower heaven is higher than the lowest heaven. So you should reach the lower heaven in 2 days. It'll be another 3 before you reach the boundary between the lowest heaven and the next. Are we going up or down? Because if she will reach the lower heaven in 2 days, and it'll be 3 before she reaches the boundary between the lowest heaven. That means she's going down, right? But it's rather confusing. I do feel like you could have picked a less confusing image, potentially.
Oh, hello, Bella.
Or phrasing. Like I said, didn't bother me at first, but I'm definitely unsure as I reread it. I do like this, you better deliver, and here's all the money you get, and then her basically going, I'm gonna take a bath, I don't want to be here. Not just a bath, a hot milk bath. And so it's this image of insane luxury. It makes me think of Elizabeth, the Empress of Austria, in Elizabeth das Musical, that she would bathe in milk, and everybody was like, how dare she, take the milk from us good hardworking commoners. And she's like, I'm depressed, I need something to get me through the day. At least that's how I remember it. And so it definitely is this image of extreme luxury, and I really like that. I think that works well, because it would work with just I'm gonna take a bath. That already is like, luxury and relaxation, and the opposite image of the protein bar that she's got. But taking it that step further and going, no, I'm not just gonna take a bath, I'm gonna take a milk bath. Like, you guys are giving me enough money for a milk bath, and that is the extreme luxury of relaxation that I need to decompress from this trip. So I think that is a great image, a very striking image. I do think that, like I said, this whole part conveys her character super well. At the same time, it could convey the wrong image, because there's a question of if she's right. Is she right that indeed they are trying to line their pockets, and she is, just doing what she should be doing here and sticking it to the man? Or are they just trying to help? Because what he says makes sense, that it's like, oh, hey, like, we can make that easier for you. We're not, taking money away from you. We're just taking money that you would have spent on this, wellness retreat, and we're sending it straight to the wellness retreat so that you could just go straight over there, and more convenient for you. And then the response at the end of, like, in that case, I'll let you get back to the dirigible, over and out. And it could be him putting on his retail voice and being like, all right, I'll let you get back to the dirigible, Karen, kind of thing. He could be, well, actually, I guess that goes more in the line of him being right. But the point is, I don't for sure get this image of him being this, like, corporate shill who is trying to line his own pockets. He seems polite. He seems like he's just trying to do his job. And so if you were trying to get this image of, he's trying to line his own pockets, doesn't quite come through. And that does make her seem, I don't know, like a worse person, I guess, that she is yelling at this, hard-working dude. This dude is just trying to do his best. And so if that's not what you intended, I do think that you needed more of a clue that, hey, no, like, he is the one in the wrong here. We're sticking it to the man, kind of thing. So this sentence here, I wasn't sure if I should fix it, but there is something wrong with the sentence. Either it should be, for now it was a gray-blue, but soon the sun would submerge into its quagmire bed, and hundreds of little dots would speckle the black left behind. Or you could do, for now it was a gray-blue, but soon, when the sun submerged into its quagmire bed, hundreds of little dots would speckle the black left behind. But as is, it ends up being incomplete, so that it's like, when the sun submerged into its quagmire bed and hundreds of little dots would speckle the black left behind, what happens? What happens when? So I assumed that was just a mistake, but I wasn't sure if I should fix it because I wasn't quite sure which one you meant, if either. I also do feel like it's not too bad, but this does provide some confusion because, like, I'm thinking, okay, like, we're in the heavens, like, maybe we're in, like, the night sky, or, like, in the, space, kind of thing. Like, it could be this image of we're going through space and there's heavens and spiritual things in space. Or it could be like, yes, I am traveling over idyllic fields of heaven, and unicorns frolicking. Either way, it doesn't conjure to mind this idea of, yeah, we're still in a place where you can see the sunset. It seems like we are outside of that. We are outside of where the sun sets. And so adding this image of, oh yeah, like for now, here's what it's like, but the sun is going to set and then the stars are going to come out. It's like, I thought you were higher than that. I thought you were higher than just the sky or just a little bit off the ground. I thought you were in a place where you could not see the sun set. So it's not that bad. It is a cool image. It's not too confusing, but it is something that made me go, wait, what? I think I got the wrong image here. And then for the ending. So to answer your question, so I don't think that you spent too much time setting up, presuming that capturing the star was meant to be your prompt use. I feel like I might be more lenient than others with prompts, but to me, I'm sailing the heavens in a dirigible works perfectly for the prompt. Heavens and stars, to me, can work synonymously. I never at any point was like, where's the prompt, Wolf? Oh, there it is. And the minute that we started with, okay, dirigible in the heavens, I was like, there's the prompt. So I didn't think that it detracted in any way or was that there was too much setup. And I quite like this last line. I think it's really intriguing and punchy, like, oh, she's going to capture a star. Now we know the mission. That's cool. And now we know her goals and her motivation that there is something out here that is worth, the protein bars and stuff. That she will go to any lengths for, is that she's going to capture this star. And like I said, I think I talked about this with Corian's story a while back, which I think Corian wrote a sequel to this week, that I love this idea of like capturing a star and actually holding a star. So I think that's a really cool image and a great prompt use. And so I thought it was an intriguing way to end. And I don't think, because I have critiqued you before on like stopping like right before the climax or like ending on cliffhangers. It works here. And in my opinion, I don't have that feeling where I'm like, oh, I didn't get the climax. I have a feeling of like, oh, story begins. That it seems like, okay, like here's chapter 1, like the beginning is here we are in the ship or in the dirigible and then the last line is, all right, mission capture star. I'm like, I'm ready for chapter 2. But I don't feel like I'm missing something or like the resolution was lost or anything. It just feels like I'm intrigued to continue onwards. I will say though, and this also might be too nitpicky, and so feel free to disagree. There is a slight element of dissonance, which is that the whole story is about like heavens and stuff. And so to me, okay, we're going through the heavens. I'm thinking the goal is going to be something more to do with that. Something like my goal is to reach God, or my goal is to fight an angel, or my goal is to take a jewel from the throne of God, or something like that. Like I'm thinking that's kind of what the goal is going to be. And so capture a star is way more sci-fi fantasy. It's cool. Like I said, I really like the image, and I think it's a great way to end the piece. It just doesn't quite fit with the rest of the piece for me personally. That it didn't feel like that's the kind of thing that we were leading up to. If this was a spaceship, whether it be like a sci-fi spaceship or like a literal pirate ship in space, more fantasy. Either way, I would have been like, okay, yeah, capture a star, gotcha. But the fact that it's about heavens and something more spiritual, makes it not fit quite as well for me that we're going after a star at the end, if that makes sense. But let's see what you guys have been saying. Yeah, there was a kitty sneeze. I think it was Bella. Jindina is a cyberpunk fantasy world for what it's worth. Oh, interesting. 100% agree with the italicization. I'm too used to the Foundry rules. That is fair. I totally understand being programmed in that way. That's my bad. We're going up. I should have used lowest twice. Gotcha. She's 100% right. Okay, gotcha. So, but he's also just trying to do his job. I wanted some ambivalence. Gotcha. Okay, if you wanted ambivalence, then it works. But if you want us to know that she's right, I need a little more. I'm really bad at keeping sentences with incomplete clauses. Totally missed that. Fair enough. I was thinking it was just a mistake. Documents. I got the vibe that the person on the comms was, this is above my pay grade, but yeah. Helene says, yeah, if she's gonna use the money they pay her to take a milk bath, she may as well let them keep a little of the money so she can use her pay to take a milk bath. It just comes across as bad will. Yeah, I guess part of it is also like she's saying this to the people who pay her. And so she's basically saying, oh yeah, you know, when you pay me, I'm basically going to throw the money away. I'm going to throw it, you know, on a milk bath instead of like, you know, using it for something important. And it's totally her prerogative to use it however she wants. But I would not tell my, you know, my employer that I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to use this money that you're paying me for luxury as opposed to something more important. And so her saying that also, you know, makes her maybe not come across super great. Arachner says, the last line also brings up the idea of the prompt in more ways than just sailing towards the stars to capture one. She's navigating unknown waters. She wants to be the first. So sailing the stars also fulfills the idea of searching a high goal or dream. Yeah, totally. A seemingly impossible goal. That's a great point, that she isn't just sailing, you know, literal stars. She's also sailing against the odds and stuff. For sure. The spiritual material thing is a good point. Spoilers. Nice. Very cool. But yes, neat tale, Wolf. It is great to see a piece from you again. Let us go on. I actually wrote down a question this time based on what we've been talking about, which is quite simply, how do you properly establish a tone in a 350-word story? I guess I'll add, how can things go wrong? Because I feel like this is something we don't really talk about a whole lot, but like I said, it came up quite a bit this week. That it came up with mine, Marx's. I don't remember if we've unlocked Weavers yet, but it also comes up in Weavers. And so it's something I was really thinking about this week, that if you want a specific, like, oh, I want this character to come across this way, or I want this story to seem funny, or I want this story to seem serious, you know, how can you make sure that you're doing that properly and that the audience is getting the right image? Well, I guess I'll add that. So yeah, I'd be curious to see if you have specific thoughts or advice on this idea. But I will go and take a little snack break and be back in a moment. It's a wild one of the songs that has things besides music in it, I guess. Alright, see you in a bit. Hello, everybody. Alrighty. So, Documencer says, I'm heavily a vibes writer. I focus on the word ecosystem. I love that. that's a great word for it. So word choice for the prompt, and when I can't at the moment, I just extract those sentences from my head and go back and find stronger verbs, nouns, etc. that fit the vibe. Like if I'm going for cozy, I wouldn't use tight, I'd use snug. That's a great point. Yeah, that is great advice. That the words you use can drastically alter a tone, and so that could be a fun thing to use as a challenge. Let me write down the 2 challenge ideas I had. So it was that. So it was pick a passage or scene, I guess, from a story to use in yours, and see how much word choice affects tone. Not time, tone. Yeah, that's a great point. That I'm trying to think of a full sentence that, I like something like the blankets squeezed tight around him, constricting around him, or something like that, versus like the blankets held him snugly. Then those are totally different tones. Gotcha. Documencer says, by the way, word ecosystem isn't my coin turn. Shaylin writes. Who is this Shaylin writes? And Lennox says, I tend to rely on imagery to keep the tone I'm going for, or through internal monologue. Honestly, tone is, I don't know. I feel like tone is generally one of my strong points, but it's hard to say why. Guess in some ways it comes down to making your setting, action, and characters speak in unison, or speak in contrast to narration. If you're trying to bring across hostility or sarcasm, like, oh, stellar thinking, Evan barked. That's a great point of making everything work in harmony, and if it doesn't work in harmony, that's its own beast. Because that can be a tone of its own, that, like, everything's beautiful, but the narrator doesn't think that. And that can be harder to do in 350 words, but that can be a tone all on its own. But yeah, so going for good images and internal monologue can definitely inform the tone, for sure. That could have been maybe why the tone didn't come across as well in my story for Victor, because I didn't have, well, I guess I did have some internal monologue, but not direct stuff, and it's mostly dialogue, and so if I had more, maybe that would convey the emotion better. NASA says, yeesh, I have no idea how to keep tone. A lot of what I try is in dialogue, and it's easy to lose someone with the wrong wording. But generally, I try to keep tone mirroring the emotions of the characters involved, or at least one central character. Don't really have anything better than that. Fair enough. I do think that's kind of what we ran into with Marx's story, that Marx's story was all dialogue, and with dialogue only, it's very hard to convey the tone. And that's why I was kind of saying you need some dialogue tags, you need some action tags to convey that tone better. So that can definitely be difficult, but you can definitely try to keep it in line with, one of the major characters. That's true. Wolf says, word choice. I'm a huge proponent of using words with the right subtext and prosody to convey your thoughts or impact the reader. Using feet in prose helps establish rhythms which the reader can internalize and use to get a better feeling of the piece. What does that mean? What is feet in prose? I also think sentence length variation helps. Choppy sentences indicate immediacy. Longer sentences might flow whether you're using one clause or multiple. Using one more than the other or varying punctuation is another easy way to do that. I think things go wrong if the audience sees the hand of the author too much. It makes the story feel more cold, though maybe you want that for a story. But that's a great point on the sentence structure too, that word choice is very important, but you got to add to that word choice the sentence structures. So things are feeling And this is something I think I've talked about with my stories, that I can run into this issue of everything being its own line. And that's not what I intend, but it's what ends up happening in these 350 words. And everything being on its own line has a specific tone, and that's why it can have a problem, why it can be an issue. And so, yeah, like the length of things can affect things as well. Documents your answers. Shaylin writes as a writer that has a YouTube channel. Love their content and have used some of their advice. Oh, that's awesome. And it says, also, I try to make my writing about subjective experience nearly all of the time. If a character is describing an item in excruciating detail and the item is genuinely interesting, it conveys that the character is fascinated by it. If they're describing in equal detail a rather mundane object, it means that the character is so bored that they're counting the grains in an oak table. Describe the sky, and it makes the tone moody and expansive. And describe the ambient smell, and it makes the world feel close, intimate, present. I think when tone goes wrong, it's usually the result of a lapse in concentration. In the author's head, there's a gap between the character's feelings and the character's environment's feelings. Interesting. I'm trying to think, because that's a great point of like, okay, here's like an object that's genuinely interesting, and we as the reader are like, yes, here is an object that is genuinely interesting. And then if they're doing the same thing with a boring object, that I feel like that could do a couple of different things. Because one thing could be like, oh, I'm so bored that I'm like, counting the grains of sand on the table. Or it could make the reader go, we're looking at the world from a new perspective. Those grains of sand on the table, they wouldn't have been interesting to me. But the way you describe the main character, they make them interesting now. There's different things that could do. Feet stress time units used in poetry, like iambic pentameter, is 1 meter 5 feet per line, which is written in iambs. An unstressed sound followed by a stressed one. I never know, like, even though I'm a very detailed person, I never know how folks like you keep track of that, because that feels like a lot of work to me, to be thinking about not just the is this sentence like choppy or is it long, but thinking about what is the specific amount of syllables, let's count them, So props to you for using that. Let's see what folks in the public chat have been saying. Arachner says, counter question. Would the tone coming out as different than intended, be it coming out wrong? I know that can be frustrating for the writer, but it can also be a happy accident. I've been pleasantly and unpleasantly surprised by how the tone of my pieces was received in a very different way than I intended. Sometimes this makes for an amazing experience if we discover new things about what we wrote. That can be a happy accident, like it can be a good thing where it's like, oh, I didn't intend that tone, but that's what you got. That neat. That adds something to the story. But I do feel like, how to explain it? Like, usually the goal of writing is I have an intent, and I want that intent to come across the page to the reader. And so when that intent doesn't come across, it usually means something went wrong. It doesn't always necessarily mean that. That can be, like I said, it can be a happy accident, but it does mean that the intent was not felt. And so you can decide, oh, my intent wasn't felt, but I have changed my intent now, and it's no longer an issue. But I think a lot of the time when your intent doesn't come across, it means that you didn't write it quite right. That means that it didn't come across the way you wanted to, and so it needs to be fixed, if that makes sense. Yeah, Mako. One of the reasons I don't even consider poetry about the rhythm. Yeah, fair. It's really funny to me because, like, my favorite form of poetry is Ascent. I have some, maybe at the end I'll like read one to you or something, but there's a very specific pattern. I won't remember the pattern off the top of my head, but it'll be like, here's your stanza, and it goes like A, B, C, D, E, F. And then the next stanza will be like F, C, D, E, A, B. It'll switch them around, and you'll have the same words. It'll be, and the like A, B, C, D, E, F, it's the words at the very end of the lines. And so you switch them around, and I I love that. I love that kind of structure and playing around with words like that. But I don't pay attention to the length. I don't pay attention to the length of the lines and the stressed syllables and stuff like that. And so it's I don't know, it's weird to me because I feel like to a lot of people what I just described is more hellish than like keeping track of your syllables. So I don't know what my deal is. I don't know why that feels too detailed to me, but other detailed things are fine. Ragnar. Anyway, one thing that feels particularly relevant for this question is knowing how some phrasal constructions, terms, ideas, tropes, and the like feel very differently to audiences from different cultural backgrounds. And tone will be shifted from reader to reader due to it. I've noticed any story I write, if themes of ego death and depersonalization tends to be read as horror to Anglophones. I just accepted that the tone will be very differently received by Anglophones compared to Romance language speakers. Interesting. Yeah, it's not something I have a whole lot of experience with, but that is really really fascinating. And there are things like can't describe it. Like in like anime and stuff. Like I really like anime and manga. But like my dad isn't super familiar with the genre, and so I'll be like, I want to show this anime to you, and I'll think like, oh, here's how it works, here's the tone and stuff like that, and it's clear to me. And for him, he might be like confused by certain things happening because he's just not used to that. He's not used to anime. He's not used to that way of storytelling, and so I can see how like, oh, there are like cultural tropes, there's cultural beliefs and feelings that you have and that you put into your story. And so if somebody outside of those cultural feelings and beliefs, reads your story, they might get a different tone out of it. That's very interesting. Mako, honestly, I don't know. Just try to vibe with the story as I write and hope it reads the way I want. Throwing caution to the wind. Arachnar continues, so ultimately I try not to linger too much on that question. I just assumed tone will inevitably shift, and sometimes that will even be beneficial to the story. I think Mako is talking to Arachnar here, saying, are you sure it's the tone and not the subject matter? Yeah, that is a question I have for that as well, that like, I guess it depends on the person. I might be finding that different people have different opinions, but like I was saying before, like, okay, so we'll use like my story, for example, right? Like, I'm wanting the story to come across as bittersweet. And so people finding the story like cute and fun, that's great. Like, I'm not insulted by that. I don't find that to be, this grievous issue. But it's not really what I wanted out of the story, and it makes me think that the story that I wanted to come across didn't really come across. Like this story of this father yearning for his son. If I'm walking away going like, oh, it's like so sad, like he finally found him, but he hasn't really found him. If other people walk away going, that was fun and cute, they probably didn't get that image of, oh my goodness, like he finally found him, but he didn't find him, that probably didn't come through if that's what they're thinking the tone is. And so it can be beneficial, I think, to some stories for the tone to shift, especially in longer stories, but I'm talking more about that idea of like, I do feel like, especially in shorter stories, that there is something you intended, and that sometimes it can mean if that didn't come across, then maybe something could be improved in the writing of it. Ragnar, I'm of the opinion that any subject can be written in any tone. It's a matter of craft and reception. For some particular subjects, in some particular cultural contexts, trying to convey another tone than what people expect is going to be an uphill battle. And that is compounded by the fact that sometimes we don't even know that subject will result in a strong reaction from a particular audience, such as how I felt about the depersonalization being seen as horrific by most native English speakers. Interesting. I mean, that is a good point. That, like, yeah, you can write about, I don't know, like, I'm trying to think of a good subject to use as an example. I mean, I guess I can just, like, use your example that, like, okay, you could write about depersonalization, and you can write about it intending it to be this horrific thing. You could write about it intending to be this beautiful thing. You could write about it intending it to be this comedic thing. Like, you could take this one subject and write about it in completely different tones. For sure. And then some cultures will be primed to take it one way or another, and that could, like, bypass the tone that you meant in some ways. It was a surprise at first and expected behavior since. Nice. Going through a bad reception area. See you on the other side. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Last of my bits. Okay, I may have bought more. I really like Luna's stories this week and want it to be read. Oh, that's so sweet. This says we are 77% of the way to unlock Luna's, I assume. Which says we only need 258 bits. Nice, nice. Documents. I just imagine something like, we give our condolences to your graduation too. Anything can be written in any tone. I mean, I guess you could do that sort of thing, like, because, you know, maybe for someone, graduation is this happy day to celebrate. Maybe for other people, it's a sad day, and we're leaving the life before behind. So you could do that. Thank you so much for discussing with me. It's very interesting. So, now it is time to discuss Galler's story. I don't believe that Galler is here, but if you are, then don't hesitate to say any questions that you might have or how you want to be toasted. Thank you for the cheer, Mako Kim. Oh, I think that started a hype train. Nice. And Magistrate Iron Lung. Wonderful, wonderful. I told Twitch to put the hype moth as the hype train emoji, but it didn't seem to work, so I don't know what I did wrong. Anyways, now I think we just have, like, what was it, 58 left? So 258, and we just got 200, so just need 58 more to unlock Luna's. Yeah. True. Alright, anyways. Star Sailing. How we learned to not freak out about sapient flares. By Galler. Stars were something that stimulated everyone's imagination. They inspired people. Enough to at least make everyone try and touch them. Not that everyone would try and touch them with their tendrils, due to how dangerous the balls of gas were. That was until something was seen getting out of them. If one could try to explain it, they were like flaming chariots from their god, exploring the sea of stars, until one of the flares beelined for their potato-shaped planet. It freaked the oologs out a bit, that is to say, a lot. Doomsayers flailing their eyes around like beings possessed. Some nutjobs were covering themselves in metal because they believed satellites read their minds. They were capable of reining in the chaos. Until the alien tendril-like creature just passed through the air, waved his colossal hand at them, and went on his merry way. Where did they go? Asked one of the scientists, their tendrils scratching their bodies in confusion. To the other star, responded one of his assistants in a dry monotone. How? The wave was a message also, he responded. Apparently he's visiting his grandmother in another system. Oh, yep. Raised a lot of questions for a while, until one of them came down and explained things. Turned out there was an entire society in the stars. That and religion around the sun became lamer thanks to that. After all, how would you react to the fact that one of your gods was another civilian in that place? That and the fact that people nowadays ask them for a taxi to drive to another solar system, if needed. Sailing the stars isn't a mundane thing, but it was done a deal easier thanks to the solar flare people. It was bizarre even for the oologs to fathom this type of space travel. Throw out those tailoids and tentacles. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Aha! Galler is here. Wonderful. Yes. Well, it says you're about to be read, but you just were read. Haha! I see 2 more cheers. One from Mako Cam and one from Magistrate Iron Lung. Thank you so much. So I believe that unlocks Luna's story, which is awesome. Alrighty, room. Let's open it Okay. So something that I always love about your stories, Galler, is that you always go very wholesome with the stories. And that's not to say that you always have to or always will. If you want to go dark one day, that's fine. But a lot of the time you go very wholesome and you just have these really cute ideas that are so much fun. And I really enjoy that a lot, and I always love, finding out about these very like human aliens and vampires and stuff, which I think is really fun. Let's see. Where do I want to start? So I will say that this is a story that I did my thing on this one, that I tried to do a bit of a rewrite with this story, and I tried to keep it like so there's like, change as little as possible, and then there's one level up from that. This is what I did. I don't think I fully adhered to change as little as possible, but just one up from that. And so I'm not sure if I want to start with that or start with like talking about some things and then reading that. What do I want to do? I guess I can read it, because then that will give us some fodder to talk about the comments and why I might have changed some things that I changed. I do have two versions of it. I have my version where I actually jotted down the changes that I made for you to look at. I don't know if this would be helpful to people when I do this, if it would be nice to actually physically see, oh, hey, here's what you changed. And the stuff you added is in blue, the stuff that you took out is in strike through. I did start to jot it down, and then I just jotted the whole thing down. So I'll linger on this for a bit so you can just kind of look at it before I actually read the full-on version. I left one. I tried to take them all out of there. All right, so I'll read the other version that I made. Stars stimulated everyone's imagination. Stars stimulated everyone's imagination, inspiring people enough to try and touch them. Not that anyone would, due to how dangerous the balls of gas were. That was until the Ulog saw something step out of a star. The ship was like a flaming chariot from the sun god, exploring the sea of stars. When it beelined for their potato-shaped planet, it freaked the Ulogs out of it. That is to say, a lot. Doomsayers flailed their eyes around like beings possessed. Some nutjobs covered themselves in metal because they believed the flare could read their minds. The government was capable of reining in the chaos. At least until the flare came back, and an alien riding upon it waved its colossal hand at them. Typo. At them, and went on its merry way. And scientists went to work deciphering what had happened. Where did they go, was the first question. To the other star, the conclusion eventually came. As they researched, they at last understood. The wave was a message. He was visiting his grandmother in another system. It raised a lot more questions, until one of the solar people came down and explained things. Turned out there was an entire society in the stars. Religion became lamer thanks to that. Learning one of their gods was another civilian on their world was a bit of a letdown. The two races became so well acquainted that nowadays people often ask the solar flare people for a taxi to another solar system. It was bizarre at first, but the Ulogs were forever grateful to the solar flare people for teaching them to sail the stars. So, of course, whenever I do this, the first question is, do those of you in the chat, do you think I improved it? Do you not? Which parts do you think I improved? Which parts do you think I didn't? But part of the reason that I wanted to do that is because I realized that some of the things that were tripping perfectly timed, tripping me up with this story is that I feel like there's quite a few like filler words and phrases almost, or words that don't need to be there that end up clogging up the sentences a little bit. And so I kind of, part of the reason I did that was to try to see if I could try and take some of those out and see if that would help. The thing that was making me realize it is, so stars are something that stimulated everyone's imagination. They inspired people enough to at least make everyone try and touch them. Can be changed to stars stimulated everyone's imagination, inspiring people enough to try and touch them. You don't have to have the we're something that. You don't have to have the to at least, you don't have to have those kinds of phrases in there. It actually works a little better, a little smoother without those things. And then going on to like the next sentence. This is an odd one. Because and I wish that I had a better explanation for why this is true, but not that everyone would try to touch them with their tendrils due to how dangerous the balls of gas were. That with their tendrils makes the sentence not work. And it would actually work as just not that everyone would touch them due to how dangerous the balls of gas were. That works. I'm not quite sure why the with their tendrils messes it up. And I don't just mean the tendrils, like even if the sentence was not that everyone would touch them with their hands due to how dangerous the balls of gas were. It's a little more natural, but it still works a lot better without it. So yeah, but that's kind of another example of there's just having some almost like filler lines in there that would work better, smoother to take them out. I was going to say, going back to the title here. So I like your title. I think that's quite cute. It gets me intrigued in your story. Star Sailing, how we learn to not freak out about sapient flares. I think that's a lot of fun. Immediately makes me want to read the story. I like that a lot. I will, however, point out that in your story, you actually had it as the word Sapient. And I did want to point something out here, which is that I have on good authority, because I saw your title on your last story, and I am 99% sure that the last story was meant to be the Darwin Awards tally. But it was said as the Darwing Awards tally. And I have it on good authority that I believe it was Death said had corrected them, that had noted that that they were misspelled, and that it made it into the final, that both of them ended up being misspelled in the final. If this was a total mistake, if you just forgot both times, I get that. That happens to me too sometimes, where something just slips my mind. But I do want to give a gentle admonishment that I do have in the submission rules that I'm not here to fix, silly mistakes, right? I'm not here to fix mistakes that would be easily fixed with just a quick, extra read. And in your case, you actually have given the story to others to help do that, edit, which is great. I think that's awesome. But I will say that, if something is misspelled, and somebody noted that it was misspelled, I do expect that to be fixed before it gets to me. Like I said, I understand if it was just, you just forgot or something like that, but that does go into that territory of, I'm really not here to fix very simple mistakes, and so I would suggest really making sure to take a look at those comments that are pointing out those misspellings, if that makes sense. I do like this image of they're like flaming chariots from their god. I very much get this image of either like Elijah in the Bible or like Medea in stealing Helios's chariot for her dead kids, So I that is very much like this image that's in a lot of religious literature, so I like that a lot, and I do think that's neat to use for these like solar flare star people, especially because there is discussion of religion itself in the story that that they believe in this sun god, and that's kind of a thing, and so they're like, it's the sun god. I do think that is cool. I'm kind of curious with the, like, that was until something was seen getting out of them, one of them. I feel like there's a couple of options for what might be going on here. Either there's solar flare people, and their cars are stars, that they basically drive around in stars and, you know, get out of the star car that they came by and got out of their star car. Or it's just the solar flare person, you know, zooming through the air, through the atmosphere, like Superman or whatever. Or maybe it's not a star. Maybe the solar flare itself is the vehicle and the person isn't the solar flare. It's just their vehicle. I'm not quite sure which one it is. All of those are great images. I like them all, but I don't know if I'm quite getting the image from each of them. I do like this image of beeline for their potato-shaped planet. I do think that's fun. I don't know if it's necessary to say that their planet was potato-shaped. You know, you could use the words elsewhere. But nonetheless, it does give me a strong image. It makes the story more fun. Does maybe set some tone to it as well. I do really like it freaked the Ulogs out a bit. That is to say, a lot. That was very, very cute. Very fun. I'm curious what made you go with eyes here. I can definitely get this image of like aliens with giant eye stalks and those eye stalks flailing around. So that is cute and fun. But I am also curious because there's a lot of new information that the reader is being given. Lots of I don't know, unfamiliar images and stuff. And so I'm curious what made you go with the extra unfamiliar image of the eyes instead of the tendrils, you know, that's more akin to us waving our hands around. So as for the satellites thing here, so I'm guessing as I did in my little edit that I'm guessing that what you meant is that they thought like that this is a satellite, that the solar flare person is a satellite, and they're scared it read their mind. But it reads more as, you know, sun jobs are covering themselves in metal because they believe satellites read their mind. And it seems very unrelated to what's going on because this thing has not been described as a satellite in any way. And so it seems like, you know, these nut jobs are extra nutty because they're not freaking out about the solar flare person. They're freaking out about something totally different. And so I do think that in order to avoid the image of, you know, people freaking out about something unrelated, I think saying something like, because they believed the flare would read their minds, you know, or the star would read their minds, I think that would help a lot. So we have the word they here, and it's really unclear what this they refers to, because there's two theys that we've been getting, which is, then that reminds me of another they thing, which is this sentence. That this sentence has two theys in it, and they're different theys. They, the solar flare people, or their vehicles, were like flaming chariots from the Ulog's god. So I do think that one of those needs to have a proper noun. That needs to be, you know, the solar flare people, or the star vehicles, you know, were like flaming chariots from their god. Or they were like flaming chariots from the Ulog's god. Or the sun god would totally work because we are in the Ulog's perspective, and so just saying like flaming chariots from the sun god, we would know it's the Ulog's sun god. You could also do both. You could say, you know, the solar flare people were like flaming chariots from the Ulog's sun god. That would totally work as well. But going back here, So we've had a couple of theys, as established. We have the they as the solar flare people and the they of the oologs. They can't refer to all the oologs because some of the oologs are freaking out. And so it has to be a specific group of oologs that are reigning in the chaos. Or I guess it could be the solar flare people who are reigning in the chaos, but it's really not clear. And so I do think that needs something more specific than they. I picked the government in my version. That might not be accurate. That's just what I picked as an example. But it could be the government was capable of reigning in the chaos, or the scientists, or I don't know, the Homeland Security. I don't know, somebody was, but it's a specific group of oologs. Then, what does that say? Oh yeah, it is interesting. This isn't too bad, but until the alien tendril-like creature just passed through the air, waved his colossal hand at them, and went on his merry way. I do love this image. I do think that image is cute as hell and really funny. I just love the image, like, of, hey, howdy, that everybody's freaking out. People think it's the end of the world, and then, hey, go to see my grandma. That's adorable. I love that. But it does seem odd to me because the tendrils are, used to describe the oologs. Oologs have tendrils instead of hands. And so it says that it's an alien tendril-like creature, which I assume means that it's like one tentacle. It's a tentacle with hands. But it's kind of an odd image that I don't think you necessarily need. It kind of adds some confusion to the story that I don't think you necessarily need. And then you have hands being referred to. And if the oologs don't have hands, if they only have tendrils, seems odd that they'd know that it has hands. So a little bit of an odd description there, but not too bad. And then for the next part, a similar critique here to the they in the previous paragraph that where did they go? Asked one of the scientists. It's kind of the opposite, I guess. It's similar but opposite. That in the other paragraph, it's I don't know who the they is, but they can't be all the oolog. And then in this one, it's asked one of the scientists. Well, we haven't been introduced to any scientists, and so it's odd to say one of the scientists when I didn't know there was a group of them. I didn't even know there was one of them. That we haven't been talking about scientists. So it would have worked if you had said scientists here, the scientists were capable of reigning in the chaos, and then come down here and say, asked one of the scientists. That would have worked. But because I don't have that, I'm kind of jarred and going, what scientists? When have they been introduced? And then, so like I said, I do really love the idea of he's visiting his grandmother. So cute. Again, that goes back to my initial praise for the stories, that I just love how like wholesome your stories are. And so I love that it's like, yeah, like he just came back he just did a little drive-by on his way to Grandma's house. Now I'm imagining a Little Red Riding Hood version of the story. But yeah, like he's just on his way to Grandma's house, which is so cute and fun, and I love that. But I do think that this part here is probably the part that made me feel the most lost in the story, which is that first question: why does the assistant know this and not the head scientist? How does the assistant know more than the head scientist? And two, how does the assistant know this at all? That the whole first part of the story is showing the oologs don't know anything. They don't know that these creatures even exist. And so then for the assistant scientist to be like, I know what's happening. I know it down to the specifics of him visiting his grandma. How does he know that? And so in the spirit of trying not to change too much, in my version of the story, I had it more of like they're all doing lots of research, and it's not so much that one of them suddenly knows the answer somehow. It's more of, okay, they do a lot of research, and then they learn, oh, I see, here's what was happening. I do still think that my version is still awkward because, like I said, the whole story showing that they don't know anything, for them to know anything, especially something so specific as he's trying to visit his grandmother, doesn't quite make sense. And so I do think it would work a lot better just to have it go like, okay, they don't really know what's going on, but they managed to rein in the chaos a bit. Maybe some scientists are doing some research on it, but what's important is that one of them comes back, that one of them comes down and explains things, and then this guy who comes down and explains things, maybe the same as the other guy, comes down and it's like, oh yeah, sorry, you guys seem to be freaking out a little bit. I came down to try and explain. I was visiting my grandma. I just wanted to say hi. That would totally work. That completely would make sense for him to come down and be like, hey guys, sorry I freaked you out. Here's what the deal is. Because then that doesn't mean that the Oologs are figuring out something that it seems like they wouldn't be able to figure out, if that makes sense. Let's see. I do like this mention of religion became lamer thanks to that. I do think that's a lot of fun. It is kind of curious. I'm curious to hear what you guys might think of this, because as far as I know, like, the Greek gods are citizens of Olympus, and the Greeks still worship them. And, like, the Norse gods in those stories, it's like, oh, yeah, like, they met in the mess hall and Thor punched Loki or something like that. And so it's very, like, human, and they are, like, citizens of, what might seem like heaven to us. But they are, like, civilians to their world, and people still worship them and stuff like that. That is why I changed it in my version to, let's go down, yeah. Come back. Religion became lamer thanks to that. Learning one of their gods was another civilian on their world was a bit of a letdown. So that's just stating, like, hey, to them, it's a letdown. I can totally believe that it's a letdown to them. But bringing me as the reader into it and going like, oh, how would you react to the fact that one of your gods was another civilian in that place? It's like, I don't know how I'd react, but I might be fine with it. Like, I might still think that they're a god, depending on who I am and what I believe, So I think that's just stating, like, here's what the Oologs felt. They thought it was lame. I can totally get behind that. I like that. That's a lot of fun. But bringing me in, bringing the reader in, I think hinders the point a little bit, because the reader might not feel how you want them to feel, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, there's also a little awkwardness to that and. There's two of them here. And I wish that I had a better way, because I was trying to think, like, how do I describe how that works? And I don't know if I have the best way of describing it, but that and is used more for things like, Jeff defeated the dragon with nothing but the power of friendship. That in this gun I found. It's like, friendship. That and adding to the friendship, And that's not exactly what's going on here. Like, turned out there's this entire society in the stars. That and religion around the sun became lamer thanks to that. Well, yes, they are related, but not in that kind of way. Like, let me think. I don't know, like, this isn't the best example, but something like, turned out there's an entire society on the stars. That and on the moon. And, like, there's a society on the stars and on the moon. Or, that and there's an entire society in the stars. That and an entire food truck delivery service, that and an entire taxi service. Like, there's a society and, a taxi service that can come to your planet too. Those things are more like society and this, or society in the stars and this. But the religion thing is more for the Oologs specifically, that they're going, there's a society in the stars, there's a society in the stars, period. now our religion's kind of lame, you know? I do think it's cute that they now have them taxi around the solar system, around the universe. That's a fun image. So for the end here. So sailing the stars isn't a mundane thing, but it was done a deal easier thanks to the solar flare people. It was bizarre for the Ulags to fathom this type of space travel. So I might be wrong in what I think you're going for here, but I think I know what you're going for, and I like it. But it doesn't quite get conveyed in the words that you used here. So, sailing the stars isn't a mundane thing. That's more of an objective for all time statement. It isn't a mundane thing. And when I arrive at that statement, I'm going, nobody said it was. The whole story proved that it wasn't, you know? So, I'm not really sure why you're mentioning that. But I think what you're going for is more of, it hadn't become mundane. It hadn't become commonplace. But it was easier, you know? I think that works. I like that idea. But I think that verb needs to be a bit different to convey that. I do think done a deal easier is another one of those a little too many words and makes things a little bit clunky, I think. But it was easier. I think that makes it work better. And then the last part here, it was bizarre even for the Ulags to fathom this type of space travel. Well, the whole story was about that, right? They were freaking out about it. They didn't know it existed. And so it totally was bizarre. That was proven by the story, and then some. And so I do think, like, going for that kind of maybe moral at the end, I do think going for something more like it was bizarre at first, but the Ulags were forever grateful to the solar flare people for teaching them to sail the stars. I think that would work a bit better for me as, like, here's you know, the wrap up, the moral to the story is that, wow, we can sail the stars now. That's awesome. You could also do something like, sailing the stars didn't become commonplace, but it was easier thanks to the solar flare people. I think you could do that as well and, you know, take out the bizarre thing too. So that could work as well. So like I said, this is one of those stories where I absolutely love the idea that you're going for. I think it's super cute, super fun, super creative. But I also think there's quite a bit of clunkiness in the telling of it, which is totally understandable. I know English is not your first language, so I applaud you for being able to write in a second language, because I can't do that, at least not yet. So I'm just trying to help out with some of that clunkiness, and hopefully it helps. There was another thing that I wanted to discuss as well and kind of get your guys' input in the chat. So I do think it's cute that we have, like, the Ulags, you know, this alien race, forming this bond with this other alien race. I do think that's a lot of fun. But there is also this element in which you're having to introduce a lot. You're having to introduce two alien races to your readers in 350 words. And that is a lot to introduce. And so I do applaud you for being able to do it as well as you were. And I didn't feel like super lost or anything with regards to that. But what was I gonna say? Just that, but I do think that it potentially could have made the story cleaner and clearer if you just had the main characters be human. That, yeah, this is the race that we're familiar with, and man, if we saw a solar flare go by, we'd be freaked out too. And that could potentially make the story a little bit clearer, a little makes it so that you don't have to introduce nearly as much, and so that you can really focus on the one strange thing of the solar flare people and explain a little more about that. So I'm curious of what you guys in the chat might think of that. If the story would have been clearer, if it kept from a more familiar baseline and then showed the strange thing, or if you actually liked that it was all unfamiliar, that we have multiple, you know, worlds being built here. Let's see what folks have been saying. Why are we talking about portals? Interesting. Wolf has a writing pet peeve for overly long titles. I think I've heard a number of people say that they don't like them. I must not have that peeve. And Lennox says I kind of have a thing for them, so the opposite. Make your title long enough that the story is superfluous to it. Just telling your story in it. Galler says, is it too much? It's too much for some, and just right for others. Yep, a matter of personal preference. Yes, it is pure funny, for sure. That's awesome. Hellenic says, don't marry random Ganondorf cosplayers you meet on the train to university, especially when you don't even know if this guy is a villain or not, is my longest to date. That's awesome. I love that. That's great. Now we're talking about more titles. Silly with good world building is a nice combination. That is true. I don't know if you're talking about this story or a different story, but it's true regardless. I see the portals now. I was literally talking about portal. Making a portal joke that went off the rails. Alright. Heading over to the not-so-private chat. Kaylee will fall into that subject portal. Yep, I guess I did. Galler says, I wanted to go full surreal. Interesting. Let me remind myself of the definition of surreal. Because I'm trying to think if that's what I thought of this story or not. So I have my phone. I have thesaurus.com on the thesaurus app on my phone because I use it all the time when I write. And so I have to turn to the definitions, and on thesaurus what comes up is hypnagogic. Super helpful, thesaurus. So helpful. Having a disorienting, hallucinatory quality of a dream. Unreal, fantastic. I don't know if I'd say, like, it definitely is, like, fantastical, for sure. But I don't know if I'd say that it's full on, like, oh, it's disorienting and, like, seems like a dream. It just seemed like a really fun fantasy story. I think if it was surreal, I think that if it was disorienting, I would have had more to critique. I would have had more of an issue because I talk about this, right? How like, the baseline of there are no hard and fast rules in writing, but if there was one, it would be your goal should not be to confuse the reader. Even that one can be broken. You can do that on purpose and have it work, but generally it's not what you should be trying to do. So going for something that's purposely dreamlike and disorienting is usually not what I would recommend. You can do it, but it is not usually what I recommend. So I do think, like I said, if it was more disorienting, I probably would have come away and been like, I was super confused. I don't know what was happening. But I felt like I did know what was happening, and I liked that. I liked knowing what was happening. Just having, being able to sink my teeth into some more of those, like, phrases and descriptions and stuff. Did I like it? I did indeed. It was very sweet. Interesting. The other says, I do dark, but most do have a bittersweet tone. That's interesting to talk about tone, because maybe I haven't read enough of your stories, but I feel like I don't usually get bittersweet from them. I feel like I usually get more of a light, fluffy tone from them, which is definitely what I got here, that it's like, oh, it's cute, like, we have the solar flare person who just wants to say hi to his grandma, and everyone's like, what's happening? And then they learn, and they're like, oh, can you taxi us to the next solar system over? That's cute. I like that, Ragnar, just a bringer of earworms. Amazing. They're literal sapient solar flares. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I do think you had that literally in there at one point. Where is it? Yeah, it says the solar flare people. So that was really helpful to have that literal phrase, the solar flare people. So I feel like I mostly got that. It was just, I'm still unsure what they got out of, you know, if it's just him flying or if he has some sort of vehicle. Yes, the word is sapient. Did I say something different? Did I say the wrong word while I was trying to correct it? There's never a wrong time to use descriptions like potato-shaped. Amazing. I am very confused by that statement. It wasn't satellites, it was dream magic used to read minds. I feel like now you went another layer, that it was already quite confusing with the satellites thing. If you're adding dream magic, it was already too far with the satellites thing. Trying to add dream magic is even more confusing in my mind. So it's too vague. I think you were referring to the they thing. Indeed, the they was too vague. I needed something more specific there. Yeah, dream magic isn't even mentioned in this version. Yep. Oh, I see. I think you're answering the tendril-like thing. Wanted to invoke the image of a solar flare. I think tendril to me, especially because you already used the word tendrils for their limbs, I'm definitely thinking of more of a tentacle when you say that. So I think saying something like the flame-like creature, I would go like, oh, okay, like a flame, like a solar flare. Or ribbon, maybe? I mean, I guess you could say flare, you know, it might seem redundant, but that could work as well. It can create limbs. Oh, interesting. So that's kind of cute, that it's like a flame, and then it can create limbs off itself. That kind of makes sense, that a fire would be able to do that. That's very cute. It was too sudden, isn't it? The scientist thing? I'm not quite sure what you were referring to, but if the other thing was they, it's probably the scientist thing. And in that case, then yes. I don't know what or who implanted something into your brain. That is fun. Arachnar, I like that. I don't know if that refers to something specific, but I like that little poem. Yo, I see. I guess it's the like the little Red Riding Hood thing. Little flare, don't stray from the path, for the cosmic wolf who devours stars lurks in the depths of space. Over the planet and through the sun, to grandmother's house we go. I love both of those. That's amazing. I guess that's what Galler was saying. I put in his brain and the Red Riding Hood thing. Feel free to write it, Galler. I would love to see that. I'd love to see a sequel where it's a Red Riding Hood parody, but with solar flare people. Something else. Never asked that question. Why does the assistant know, not the scientist? To be fair, nurses tend to know specific things, while doctors tend to know many things. Interesting. I still feel like that is helpful, but I still feel like it's not enough, because there's, like I said, the whole story is them freaking out because they don't know what's happening. And so just because someone's a scientist doesn't mean that they will know, you know? And so, you know, without having that buildup of, oh, they did some research and they looked into it and they found out, and just kind of going straight into it of just like, everybody's freaking out. And like, it kind of seems like the scientists are there on the field and they haven't done any research. They're just looking up at what's going on while everybody freaks out around them. And it's like, yeah, it was a message from his grandma. And it's like, how do you know that, you know? No, it's okay, Galler. I mean, Galler says, why do I have the issue of creating weird sentence structures? I mean, like I said, it is hard to learn another language. I'm sure that's why. That's totally fair. Like, it is understandable. Yeah, exactly. Arachnos is probably thinking in one language and writing in another. English tends to be more strict with the flow of sentences, so we need to adjust our style to it. Yeah, that's a great point. It kind of goes back to what I was talking about with like Reincarnator's story a while ago of like English, it's that's always the image of its multiple language in a trench coat. It's very difficult, and so totally understandable that it would be difficult to try to write in. Interesting. Trying to use literal translations. And then the Arachner says, yeah, that usually doesn't work to use literal translations. Yeah, that is one of the unfortunate things about language is like different languages have different idioms, and if you try to translate them into like another, like idioms and structures and stuff, and trying to translate them directly often won't quite work. That's great to hear that Internetter and Death's Head were able to help. Yeah, that's a great idea. Arachner says, I highly recommend writing and then coming back after some minutes to repolish the text. That helps me a lot in getting better each time. And each time we have less things to correct and polish than last time. Yes, that is great advice. For sure, that you don't have to, I was going to phrase it. Yeah, just letting it sit for a minute. Like, okay, I'm gonna write this whenever you write. Like, I'm gonna write this on Saturday night. Or I'm gonna write this on Monday night. Okay, go to bed. Come back in the morning. Take a look at it with fresh eyes. Definitely can help. Yeah, Gush says, in my mind, surreal is more like Alice in Wonderland, Phantom Toolbooth, and other such works. Yeah, those do have like a level of wackiness and dreamlike disorientation for sure. Adding coming back down the hatches, amazing. At best, to do happy ending. At worst, bittersweet. That's fair for sure. Oh, interesting. Arachno says, funny thing, there is some debate among the scientific community that self-sustaining magnetic phenomena inside stars could meet the current criteria we have for life. So solar flares as a form of communication between solar entities is somewhat plausible. That's really interesting. Literal translations can be used to cause strangeness and sometimes for comedic effect, but usually they don't convey the same message in different languages. Yeah, exactly. Lennox, oh yes, always have a cup of tea between writing and editing. Yeah, for sure. Or at least, like, even if you're like, I'm gonna write and then I'm gonna edit, like, do your first pass or two of editing and then you can have your tea. Now come back and do your next pass, Gotcha. Wolf has defined hypnagogia. Interesting. What are you doing? I'm talking to... You guys didn't see it that time. I didn't do the thing where my background comes up. And I actually have a background now. It's not the default anymore. So if that does happen, you'll see my actual background. But it still did something weird. But it is, as I was putting up my background, it was really funny to me because I feel like a lot of people, like, in my position would, like, feel embarrassed to see, like, their obsessions or whatever be put on their background. It's like, yeah, I do like that series or something like that. My obsession has been revealed. But for me, like, I'm so much more embarrassed when it's the default. I'm just like, this doesn't represent me. It's not me. It's the default background. It's like, no. If my obsessions are gonna be revealed, if my secrets are gonna be revealed by me misclicking, I want them to be my secrets and not the default background secrets. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is from Moriarty. I saw a landscape picture as I was reading the manga, and I'm like, that's the one! That's my new background! So, now that you know, we'll see if it happens. Alright, but it is time for Weaveroflight story. Thank you so much for submitting, Geller. Let us go on to Weaveroflight, and Weaveroflight is a debut. So I don't know if you're here, Weaver, but if you are, then don't hesitate to ask any questions you might have. I think you said how you want to be toasted, but feel free to ask any questions if you are here. Alrighty. Truth of Everything by Weaveroflight. People often romanticize the idea of space travel. I don't mean the early days of exploding a rocket into space and looking out in wonder and marvel as the only people to have seen it. I mean now, when travel between planets and even galaxies is common enough that people go on at least one month-long trip. Sadly, common as it still isn't instant. They imagine grand views and large panes of glass that show giant brushstrokes of nebulas and planets and stars. As I have traveled far and often, I realize how silly the notion is. Space is vast and largely empty. Also, if something were to even just tap that glass at slightly the wrong speed or angle, well, that entire area of the ship just decompressed and everyone's dead. Windows on a spaceship? Completely unnecessary and dangerous. If even a fraction of a percent of them malfunctioned at any point, who knows how many people would die? And for what? A possible view of what amounts to some unknown god's farts that a camera can show in better clarity? God, humanity would be stupid for that. We're holding up the idea of beauty and wonder and childlike glee over safety and lives. If anyone asked, I would tell them that we are nothing more than specks of dust and dandruff floating through a vast unknown and uncaring emptiness. But still, there are times when I'm alone, late at what people consider night on a voyage. I'll grab any alcoholic backwash we have around, go up to that stupid observation deck that we shouldn't have, and stare at the great unknown. Watch as flecks of stars pass by, and as we near things that our kind have dreamed about for ages, wondering if somewhere, someone, or something is staring at me, as pointless and needless as I am, in the same way that I stare at the pointless and dangerous beauty I see outside of these far too thin panes of glass. I, like all humans, romanticize such things. Throw out those taloids and tentacles. Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Oh, interesting. He says, it's my boyfriend. I'll let him know how it goes. Oh, that's great. That is wonderful. Alrighty, Roo. Ragnar says, this is an amazing story. Aw. Okay, so the little note here is toast level, medium rare. I do want to get better, but as this is my first actual post to be read, if it happens, hey, it happened! I'm sensitive all. Thank you all. I'll do my own reviews soon. So I don't know, because medium is just the, say what you want and say whatever you want to say. Medium rare, I would interpret as, be a little toasty, be a little extra critiquey. But you did say you were sensitive, so I don't know if you actually mean more of, hold it in, hold it back a little bit. So... Not. I'm a little nervous, but hopefully I can do this all right. I see. Hellenic says he's shy, so be a little gentle. Fair enough. Well, I think that this is a great debut. Oh, gotcha. Rare meaning less cooked, so opposite of what I was thinking. I don't know why I was thinking that now that you clarified. Good point. So. I think this is a great debut. I really love the way that you took this prompt. That I say in my intro, right, that we don't get a lot of sci-fi stories, and this one's even for this prompt we got more fantasy stories, which is still great. But it's fun to see people go in different directions, and so. I really loved that someone went in this sci-fi direction, and it was really interesting because when I was thinking people might go sci-fi, I was thinking people go spaceships zooming through the stars, and so I liked that you went in this more introspective direction of, what would be the dangers of traveling through the stars, and people romanticize this idea of sailing through the stars, but maybe it's not as romantic as you think it is. And so I think that's really cool. I love where your brain went with this. I think it's very creative and different, and I'm glad that we got to read it today. Let's see here. I do love this image of giant brushstrokes of nebulas, especially. I can totally, imagine this paint. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, so I actually am working on a sci-fi story. I have for a while now. I don't know if I've talked about it, that there's a sci-fi story that I really want to submit to try and get published in a magazine that I've had a lot of trouble with. That it actually is like a bigger version of a story I wrote for Tale Foundry, for the writing group, that people really liked, and then I expanded it. It took a while to expand it, and then people didn't like it as much, and so I put it away, for a while, and then would come back to it. Still had problems. Okay, put it away, come back to it. I think maybe I'm finally getting to the place where it actually is good now. I think. But I was actually, this prompt, made me want to work on it. So I was just working on it the other day. And so like this idea of, a camera can show nebulas and stuff, and our eyes can't see them, is something that I talk about in that story as well. And I forget the image I use, but I think I also use like a paint image. And so great minds. I loved coming across those lines and be like, oh, like it's like in my story too. So I like that I like that we went for similar images there, which is very cool. And then I like kind of I really like just the overall like theme of the story, that I think you did a great job of going for a specific idea, that you went for this idea of people romanticize space travel, but it's not romantic. And that's the idea of the story. I think you conveyed that really well. And so I like the idea of, oh wow, like people think of all the nebulas and galaxies and amazing things, but actually if like something tapped, this part of the ship at just the wrong angle, well, everybody's in. That's well done. I like even if a fraction of a percent, that is a great image. I like that a lot. So here's where we start to run into some of the things that trip me up a little bit. So I like this image of some unknown god's farts. I think that's a lot of fun. A great way to describe like a nebula, that it's a god's farts. It's pretty grand and amazing, but still a fart. I think that is fun. But I do feel like it doesn't quite work for a couple of reasons. One being that the sentence is a little too long, in my opinion, and so that the punch of that joke gets lost in the length of the sentence. I also feel like saying celestial fart instead of some unknown gods within the joke itself would help it be a little bit punchier. And then the other thing to talk about this is to talk about the tone. So this story is interesting because I feel like it has like both praise and critique in the same thing, and it's like similar to my praise of Wolf's, but also has similar critique to Marx and mine. So the praise that is similar to Wolf's is that I feel like this character has a lot of character. I really feel like I'm getting to know their mind and how they think about things, and I really like that and think that works really well. I especially love the alcoholic backwash thing that really, like, we already can tell they're kind of a cynical character, and so then we're like, all right, I'll grab whatever's on deck. I think really tells you a lot about the character, and that's a lot of fun. But despite their, cynical tone, Unknown Gods farts isn't really how they've been talking. Isn't really the tone of their narration so far. And so if you had stuff more like that at the beginning, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, that makes sense, that that they're talking like this. But because they don't really talk like that, they talk more serious than that, then it makes the line stand out and not quite seem to fit. Like I said, I really like it. I like the idea and what you're going for. I think there's just a couple things that come together to make it not quite work. And then for the next sentence here, God, humanity would be stupid for doing that. I got to the would be, and I felt like the tense was off, and I was wanting to fix it, but I couldn't figure out how to fix it. And I think the issue is that I think that what you're going for here is sarcasm, that it's like, yeah, we'd be really stupid for doing that, right? And they've done it, you know? But it doesn't quite come across, and so it seems odd that they have done that, and the whole thing is saying they've done it and it's stupid, you know? And so it seems odd to say humanity would be stupid when it already has been done. I do think that there's actually a very simple fix to that, though, which is, God, humanity would be stupid for doing that, right? Simply adding a right at the end, I think, would get that tone across immediately. I do like this idea of holding out the idea of beauty and wonder and childlike glee over safety and lives, because I do feel like that does happen sometimes in real life, that is what humanity is like. So I like that idea. I'm curious here. I wasn't sure if this was a typo, so I didn't want to fix it. I do like the pause of, if anyone asked, I would tell them. I do like the pause there, but the rest of the sentence here very much seems like it directly follows this, and so it seems a little bit odd. I think if you did something like, if anyone asked, I would tell them, period. We are nothing more than specks of dust. Without the that. I'm commenting on that a lot today, aren't I? I think that would work a little bit better. And then I really like the ending here. I especially like, I think my favorite line is, that stupid observation. I mean, I guess that's the whole line. As I said, I liked the alcoholic backwash too, so I'll grab any alcoholic backwash we have around, go up to that stupid observation deck that we shouldn't have, and stare at the great unknown. Really like that line. I love the character recognizing their own hypocrisy in a way and being like, it's stupid, we shouldn't have it, but I still will go up and look out of it. I think that's so much, I don't know, I like that a lot. It feels so human and really cool. So watch as flecks of stars go by as we near things that our kind have dreamed about for ages. That seems to kind of undermine what was said before, which is that there's nothing to see, right? So that the camera will pick up things better. And maybe you were trying to say there is stuff to see, it's just not as cool as what cameras will see. But it does feel like a strong phrasing to say we've dreamed about for ages. Then it's like, what does it matter if a camera would pick it up better? We're seeing what we dreamed about for ages, you know. Nonetheless, I do like the image. Like I said, I do like this idea of, and I think it's trying to show the character recognizing like their own hypocrisy and being like, I said that cameras can pick it up better, but I look out and I see the things that we've dreamed about. I think that's very cool. And I like that idea of, I'm wondering if somewhere someone or something is staring at me. I think that's a neat that's a neat line. I like it a lot. And then I like all humans romanticize such things is great. I really like the bookends that it starts with, people often romanticize the idea of space travel. And then it ends with the main character going, so do I. I do, so next thing to say about there is I think you could have done a fun twist with this story. The story is great already. You don't need this for it to be great, but I think that this could have just pushed it that much further, is that instead of saying people often romanticize the idea of space travel, saying humans often romanticize the idea of space travel. Because then the reader the whole time would be going, oh, so the main character isn't human. And then it would be a twist that the main character is human, which is a glorious twist, in my opinion, that, like, it is much more often the opposite. It's much more often like, oh, I thought you were human, but you're an alien. And so I kind of love the idea of the reader coming to the story and being like, okay, humans romanticize these things. Whoa, but not this character. This character's not human. He sees things for how they really are. And then you get to the end, it's like, oh, they are human. And I think that would really emphasize, like, what you're going for in the point at the end here of kind of like, yeah, as much as I try to deny it, I do it too, kind of thing would really come through if you didn't think the character was human and you're like, oh, you know, you're separating yourself from humanity, but you can't in the end, so kind of thing. I think it would be very cool. So I have very mixed feelings about that last line of, like, I, like all humans, romanticize such things. Because in one sense, I really like it. Like I've been saying, like, I really like this idea that I think you're going for of the main character being like, yeah, like, I'm really cynical about it, but at the end of the day, I can't help but romanticize it too. That's really neat and really, like I said, really human and really relatable and transcendent in a lot of ways. But at the same time, and maybe it's partially just due to the phrasing of that last line, there is also this element of, I, like all humans, romanticize such things. Well, the whole story kind of proved that the main character doesn't. So that maybe the main character does romanticize some things or some aspects of it, or at the end of the day, you know, they'll still look out the observation deck, but for the most part, they don't seem to romanticize such things. They seem very real, very grounded in how they think about these things. And so I'm trying to think if, like, a small change in the phrasing would fix it. Because, like, something that you could do with that is it could be that the main character romanticizes different aspects, so that everybody else is like, oh yes, like, look at the windows, it's so beautiful, and I love space travel, and the main character is like, you might die, you know, those windows are stupid and they might kill you, but then, like, at the end, the main character's going like, yeah, like, they might kill you, I have no illusions, no delusions about that. But I still like to think about, what if something's staring back at me? I still like to romanticize the idea of alien life or something like that. That's what they romanticize, is this different idea of, like, I know I'm insignificant. I know that this window could kill me. But I still like thinking about what's out there, you know. I don't know how you would convey that with that last line of, like, the difference. I think it might be something like the such things that makes it sound like it's applying to everything and going, oh, I romanticize such things. And it's like, well, you don't romanticize everything. You don't really romanticize all such things, just parts of it. But, you know, I don't know if I'm being too harsh. Like I said, I do think that my positive feelings are much stronger than my negative feelings, especially because, as I was talking about before, you have something transcendent here. You have something relatable here that I do feel like there's so much more power in this story, in that ending, that it's not just the main character being like, everybody else is stupid, but I have the answers. It's the main character being like, yeah, people are pretty stupid, but I'm people. And I love that kind of story. I mean, you don't know me yet, but I love redeemable villains. I love characters who see, like, the evil and the good inside them, and they struggle with it, as opposed to just being like, I'm a hero and, you know, good is easy, you know, instead being like, oh, you know, I see the darkness in me, or I see the light in me and I don't like it, you know? And I feel like there's some of those vibes in this story as well, that instead of the main character being like, no, I'm just I'm better than everyone else. Like, and they're not doing that. They're going, oh yeah, people are stupid, but I guess I am too. And I like that a whole heck of a lot. It seems like the not so private chat is going off the whales, jumping off your whales. Oh my goodness, that's. I feel like that's the best way to describe something going off the rails. It went so far off the rails that it's now off the whales. Let's see. Ragnar, this really uses the prompt and its supposed romanticism in an amazing way. It recognizes it, criticizes it, and indulges it all at the same time. And that makes so much sense for this sense of practically tinged with romanticism this calls for. Ooh, that's a great point. I didn't even think about that. That not just in the context of the story, but in a meta way for the prompt. Like, the prompt itself is very romanticized. Oh, sailing the stars, so beautiful. And a lot of the stories were about that. And so kind of critiquing the prompt itself and being like, oh, dear reader, do you romanticize it? Well, maybe you shouldn't. That is really neat. When your romanticism gets blown out into space. I like the story when you explore both practically and romantic thought. Yeah, that is a great point too, that it's kind of a story that's showing you need both practicality and romantic thought. You need both logic and emotion. That, people just going, it's amazing, no danger at all, that's a problem. And people going, oh, it's dangerous, there's no beauty. Both of those are, those are two ditches on either side of the road. And so holding both in mind and being like, okay, we got to think practically and logically about this, but let's also romanticize it. That's the way to go. That's what you need. And that is beautiful. Just be glad you can't smell the celestial farts. Nice. That is true. Good. Of course, humans that capture space gas would try to get high off of it. That would be quite an interesting story of, like, people, like, bottling parts of nebulas and trying to get high off of it. Ragnar says, I think it is more that the main character is making a point of being practical, but conceding the point that in the end, romanticizing is a human thing that they also partake in. Just like it is human to not always be coherent and to have a complex relationship with one's own analytical and practical viewpoint. And the sense of wonder one can't help but indulge in. Yeah, that makes sense, for sure. That it's like, that more of the main character is trying to be practical and being like, I don't want to be stupid about this. I want to think practically, but they know that to romanticize is human, for sure. Prompt 198, jumping off your whales. Nice. Amazing. Thank you so much for submitting, Weaver of Light. This was a great debut. Let's go on to Luna. If you have any questions, Luna, don't hesitate to ask them. North Star by Luna. Strings of the waltz urge the dancers around the floor. Numerous couples were dressed in their finest, but he had eyes for Nikita alone. The white of her hair contrasted the green of her dress, and her midnight skin was flawless. Faultless. I'm gonna restart. I think I've messed up multiple times. North Star by Luna. Strings of the waltz urged the dancers around the floor. Numerous couples were dressed in their finest, but he had eyes for Nikita alone. The white of her hair contrasted the green of her dress, and her midnight skin was faultless. Amethyst eyes sparkled at him as he drew her closer. "Gaia fair," he rumbled, "my beloved." His chin rested atop her crown, and he kissed the strands. He spun her away from him, the fingers of his empty hand casting a teleportation spell. When she returned to him, they were alone in the in-between, a world between worlds. Shireen dipped her and lifted his voice in song. causing muted gray to explode into shimmering, colorful stars around them. Nikita gripped the front of his tuxedo and giggled when they straightened. Her fanged smile and dazzling gaze flashed up at him. "They're so beautiful, Shireen." "Not as much as you, my vampiric beauty." His chest filled with warmth at the softening of her eyes, and his heat seeped into her cold cheek when he placed his palm against it. They glided across one of the many paths the stars created, lost within their private dance. He lifted Nikita, spinning her in a circle and settling her back on her feet. "Thank you for being mine." She snuggled against his chest before peering back up at him. "Thank you for accepting me, my enchanting fey prince." Their kiss was scorching, channeled from the very depths of their beings. Encompassed within the safety of Nikita's embrace, Shireen knew he was hers. Shireen was startled awake, his heart pounding. Sweat coated his skin. On instinct, he grasped for Nikita, lamenting her absence, like he always did. Rising from his massive canopied bed and heading to the window, he stared at the twinkling cosmos. The stars were the only way he felt close to her now. "I'll find you, Gaia Fair," he whispered fiercely, "and I'll bring you home to me." Throw those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Alrighty. I thought that this was a lovely story. Always great to read more about Kit. Well, I guess Kit goes through a lot of crap, so sometimes the stories are sad, but I enjoy reading about her, and it's nice to see that she had some lightness in her life. I remember reading about these two in the past, and them being very sweet. Looks like Documancer has to go. Bye-bye, Documancer. It's great to have you. So I don't know if Luna is here, but if Luna's here, I do actually have a question for Luna. I didn't read through all the reviews, but I did briefly notice that people really loved this story, and Luna was like, "That's great you loved it, because I didn't." And I'm really curious why you didn't. I'm really curious why you had issues with it. If anybody has read the reviews, and if Luna did say in the full reviews what her issue was, let me know, and maybe we can discuss that. But I am super curious, because I am with the people who liked it. I liked it too. I thought it was great. So I'd be very curious of what you yourself were disappointed with in the story. But let us begin. So, first of all, the beginning image is great. All the images throughout the story are super vivid. I am really curious about you guys in the chat. So, I feel like I was more lenient. I mean, I feel like this happens quite a bit, but I feel like I was more lenient with this prompt than others. That, for me, this counts as sailing. That dancing through the stars, that can be sailing, and I don't need ship imagery to think it fits the prompt. But I don't think that everyone agrees. I think that for others, it felt like it didn't really fit the prompt if it didn't have sailing imagery. So I'm curious what the consensus in the chat is. But for me, I really liked the use of the prompt. I could really feel the flow of them dancing, and just like their souls are intertwined. Their souls are intertwined, and the movement of it was so beautiful. The image was beautiful. Really loved that. I can really imagine the beautiful colors, the striking colors. I really like that. I really like this, this like fey word of Gaia Fair, my beloved, that immediately we start with this extreme intimacy of like, I'm using this specific word that means my beloved. Is very, and it feels, it feels very intimate. I like it a lot. And then I like, he's just like resting his chin, on her head and stuff. Very cute. So I like the teleportation image, but I got confused by it the first time I read it. Because when I read, he spun her away from him, I wasn't getting the image of spin away, but still holding her hand. I was thinking, spin away, goodbye. And so then when it says, teleportation spell, I'm thinking, bye-bye, that he's sending her completely away to a different place. And so now that I once I read it one time and then came back to it, I immediately was able to get the image of like, oh, he's still holding her hand, like spin away but still hold, and then in the offhand do a little teleportation spell. And I do really like that. I do think that's a beautiful image. I'm trying to figure out how you could do that better. I mean, you could literally say, he spun her away still holding her hand or something like that. But yeah, so small critique, but one that was rectified on another read, and I did like it once I knew what it was. They were alone in the in-between, a world between worlds. I love that. I love that image. I love that wording. Like, it just really rolls off the tongue. There's a lot of cadence to it. I always love the term in-between. I love the term in-between, and I love the image of the in-between. That I've seen a few stories use that image and that phrase, and I always think it's so poetic and nice. It's of course the Nowhere King's lullaby starts going through my head as I think about that. But yeah, so really like that. Really like the cadence of it. So I don't have a lot to critique for this story, and so my critiques are more, nitpicky. This is really not that big a deal, but her fang smile and dazzling gaze flashed up at him. They're so beautiful, Shireen. Well, because most of this was from, it is, the whole story is from Shireen's perspective, but because most of this is talking about Shireen and what he's seeing, and because the stars were up here, not close to the dialogue, it took me a moment to recognize that there was the stars. I do feel like saying, just doing it like that could help, but I also feel like maybe, let's see, her fang smile and dazzling gaze flashed up at him, then at the stars. So she looks up at the stars. I think then I would go, oh, okay, yeah, she's talking about the stars, and it wouldn't take me a second. I really like this image here of she's a vampire, so she's cold, and then he places his hand on her cheek and warms her up. It feels like a microcosm of their relationship as a whole, that he, warms her poor cold vampiric heart. And then just very beautiful, very cute images here. I really love this wording here. We were talking about word choice before. Their kiss was scorching. I love that you didn't go for something more cliche, or that you didn't go for something softer. That you went for this very, the image is very soft, or the story overall has very soft and cool imagery to me. That it feels, we have the blues and purples and navies of the sky, and so it seems very passionately soft. And so then going, it's scorching, this very strong, bright, fiery image, it will burn you up kind of image for the end of the dance. I really like that. I think that's so cool, and just takes what's going on to the next level. That is a great word choice there. And using that word can make me feel this even better. That if you just said their kiss was passionate, channeled from the depths of their beings, it would have felt more, I don't know, I wouldn't have got the image as well, but going it's scorching. It comes from deep in the fires of their souls. I think that's really cool. And then I really liked the end of the dream is Shireen knew he was hers, rather than she knew that she was his, or he knew that she belonged to him. It's I belong to her, and then it ends. I think that's really cool. And I had a little bit of an inkling that it might be a dream, but I wasn't totally sure. And So I like that. I think it worked for me that it was a dream. Add some tragedy, but not so tragic that that it's like, oh, like that ended so sad. It's more of like, especially because he has that "I'll find you, I'll bring you home." There's kind of this determined hope, this I guess bittersweetness, this determination within the tragedy to find her again. That I think works very well. I really like all the imagery that you have. I can imagine that very well of like the sweat and the canopy bed and the window. It's very interesting that the stars are what makes him feel close to her. I'm curious if that's because she's a vampire and he's like, oh, like she comes out at night, so at night I think of her. Or if it's like that dance actually happened. Like they actually did, dance in the stars, and so now it makes him think of her and looking at the stars. Either way, I really like that, and that really ties the dream to the real very well. And then I really like that Kaifair, that word being mentioned again, that intimacy being called back to. I think that works really well. So yeah, there's a lot I really liked about this story. Let me see. I think Luna said something. Yes. Okay. Luna says, I'm here. It feels off to me, honestly. I don't feel very comfortable writing happy/fluffy stories right now, which is why I added Shireen waking up. It's something I'm working on to become more comfortable with sweet stuff. Interesting. Well, I think this is good evidence that, at least in the opinion of other people, you are quite good at it. And you are quite good at writing a happy, fluffy story or a bittersweet story with that ending. And I do think that's fair, though, that I do go through, times in my life where I'm like, I don't really feel like writing fluff right now, or I don't really feel like writing dark stuff right now. It totally depends. So I think that's fair, where it's like, not really in the mood for fluff, and so I don't know if it feels right, kind of thing. Wolf says, I don't think an actual sail is necessary. To be fair, sail can also mean move smoothly and rapidly in a stately or confident manner. Nice. That's kind of what I was thinking too. And it says, okay, so that's what you said in the other chat. Spun her out. Yeah, that could work. That, kiss the strands. He spun her out, the fingers of his empty hand casting a teleportation spell. That could work. Interesting. Ghoulish says, that sounds dirty to me, but I don't know why. Maybe I'm connecting it to turning tricks. Interesting. Luna says it reminded me of that too. So maybe not perfect then. What could you use? Because I do think it's that away from him that is like, seems like, okay, bye-bye, So what could you say that doesn't convey that, oh, bye-bye thing? Arachnar says, it was a lovely story, Luna. Yes. Maybe change the next line to pulled her back. Spun her away from him when he pulled her back. Well, this is where you realize that she did not get sent away. So I think this works as is. It could work with what you said as well, but I think it needs to be earlier because the confusion comes with this. I chose scorching because it invokes passion, a fierce love, and determination. Yeah, I think it for sure conveyed that. So Shireen is a fae who can bend elements to his will. He can mimic the creation of stars, and Nikita adores the stars. So when he's thinking of stars, it keeps him close to her. Oh, that's really sweet. I also wrote a poem about these two that I may expound on later if anyone wants to read it. Oh, that would be lovely. Love to. I could have put he held onto her fingers' hands. Yeah, you could do that if you had the words. You could just say, spun her away from him. She held onto his fingers. Arachnar says, on the subject on how it fits prompt, I have no problem with it at all. I found the motion of it conveyed the idea of sailing in a very poetic way. I really like how it chooses to use the prompt. I agree with that. That is how I felt as well. For sure. All right. Well, if you guys are really dying for one more story, I can use my monthly powers. I am feeling more than tired, as you can probably see what I've been doing, my shoulder is kind of hurting me. And so I'm kind of wanting to like go stretch it out and, have dinner and stuff like that. But if you guys really, really want to do one more, I could. So, just, let me know what's going on and what you're feeling. Aw, it says, "Oh, rest easy, Kaylee." Aerith, I think that's the first time you showed up, isn't it? You arrived for me to be asking if I should read another story, and then you are, and then you're being empathetic to me. That's very sweet of you. Don't push yourself too hard. That's sweet of you.
Hi, kitty. Oh, you're so cute. Meow, meow, meow.
Wish I could show him too. I mean, I can show you Bella. Or actually arrived just before Luna's story. Gotcha.
There's Bella. Can I show the bow?
I think you see a tail.
I think you see a foot and a tail. He's so cute. I just can't resist you. You really do have the eyes. You have the cute eyes. Can't take it. Too much.
Always up for more stories, but if you're not feeling it, it's okay to end it. This is Mako. Very fair.
Okay.
I'm afraid to pet the Bella. Because I don't know what she'll do.
What will you do? What will you do when you wake up? Kitty. Aw, yawn from the bow. Cause you're too much. Too much.
It would be the first 100% stories read stream since the inaugural one. That's true. That is true. Well, I guess I can handle it. I just might be doing this even more. But let's try it. See what happens. Alright. Black waters under stars. Mortal kin. Phen. Spectre. The ship flowed through the water of the massive lake, whose borders could not be seen from this far in, carving through the waves with a rushing sound. The only light came from the lighthouse in the far distance, which the ship was heading towards, and the long band of stars that hung in the sky above them. Deep in the lake's water, the stars stood reflected, making it seem like they were flying through two night skies. The only disturbance was Phen, retching out her dinner into the waters below. She coughed and spat, trying not to hit her clothes before standing up, trying not to sway on the planks. "Motion sick?" Siniron leaned against the ship's mast, trying not to look amused. "Don't talk to me." Phen raised a hand. "I'll retch on your shoes." "Sorry. How are you holding up?" "Motion sick." Phen gave her deadpan reply, trying to support herself on the railing. "Try to think about something else." Siniron looked up into the sky. The water sometimes looks like a large sky beneath our feet. Makes me think, what if there were a ship that could traverse the heavens? All you'd need to do is raise the sails and let the ship rise high above the clouds. I mean, you could fly a griffin, technically, but I mean to transport large objects. I suppose the cold would be something to think about, since it can get quite cold up there. And of course, an angry sky god might smite you for trespassing if you go too high. Tricky business, gods. Phen tried to listen. She really did. She could hear Siniron's speech coming to a screeching halt as she retched into his precious sky mirror again. "Sorry," she muttered. "What was that last part?" "We reached the other side by sunrise," Siniron said. So, Myron, next time the mortals insist on taking the aquatic shortcut, would you please remind them who their boss is? Will do, he chuckled and went below deck. Take care. Throw out those tailloids and tentacles. Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it.
Bobo, you want out now? I woke you up.
Surprised I didn't wake Bella up. Surprised this is the first time we're seeing the idea of someone being smoked. What do you mean? Did I miss something? Do you mean the sky gods thing? That is interesting. So I will warn ahead of time that my main critiques or thoughts on this story might be too harsh. Might be a very personal thought, because everyone I've talked to does not share my opinion. I'll still talk about it, but I will warn. Thank you for the cheer, Maker Kim. Wagner says, I really like the inquisitive style of wondering on the possibilities here. Nice. So something I really like about your writing is that it always feels very, relational and stuff. You're always very focused on the relationships between the characters. And even if I don't completely know who someone is or, what they're like, I can always get into, their relationships and stuff like that. The other story of, about the two other people in the group who one writing stuff down and the other one who couldn't read, and then sharing stories and stuff with each other. I feel like you do such a great job of that, and so I feel like I can feel their closeness and being like, yeah, you okay there, bud? You okay there, Captain? And her being like, no. I think that's very fun, very cute. I like the image of the mirror, the mirror water, in Death's story. I think that, like I said before, it's used a few times, but I like it. It works for me. And even if it didn't work for me, I could not complain because I used it. So I like that. I think it's a very beautiful image, and this idea of just the one light of the lighthouse and going across the water is very pretty. And I really like that image of two night skies. That's a great way to describe it. And then I do like how everything is cut with so beautiful. So I do somebody's puking on the side and really ruining the moment. And I do think that is fun, and I think this is a great image, very accurate to how it feels. I like don't talk to me, I'll retch on your shoes. That's great. I do feel like this part is a little bit awkward because, first of all, he pretty much already asked her, how are you holding up? That motion sick is hey, how you holding up? And so it seems odd when she said, don't talk to me, I'll retch on your shoes. He's like, how you holding up? It's not well. She told you. And then she says motion sick, which kind of makes it read like two versions were included. One version of this conversation was this, and one version was this, and they both accidentally got included because it feels like it's repeating itself. I think that that deadpan was a load-bearing word here. I think it's hey, you motion sick, and she doesn't answer, and so then when he asks again, how you holding up, then she's like, I'm motion sick, but it doesn't quite work for me. It seems more like repeating, what was already said. I do think it would work better just to go, don't talk to me, I'll retch on your shoes, sorry, try to think about something else. I think that would work better for me. I think I'll come back to this part. I like, she could hear his speech come to a screeching halt as she reached into his precious sky mirror again. I think that's great. I like, he's describing it, it's beautiful, it's dreamy. And she retched all over it. I think that's great. I do also, relate to the relational thing. I really like this, tell them who their boss is. I think that's great that she just seems like a crew member who's having trouble, maybe a newbie. And then you learn, no, she's not a newbie and not a crew member. She is the boss, and she's the one who is struggling. I think that's a lot of fun. I like that a lot. So there's something interesting about this world in general that I'm curious to hear your guys' thoughts on it. So, the mortals thing. So, the mortals is the name of their group. That it's not that they are immortal. It's that, we are, the Ravagers, or, we are the Huntsmen. We are the mortals. That is their group name. And that's also why it's capitalized. But I feel like that's something that unfortunately, that's great. Like, I like that. I think that's a really neat idea, and that being, like an inside joke, between them and stuff, I think is very fun. And would work super well in like a novel and a big story. I'm not sure it quite works in these short stories, because something that we established with Kansas's story last week, when you say the word mortal, it implies that the character speaking is not mortal. It implies that the character speaking is immortal. And that is definitely what I thought to the first story in this universe that I read before Spectre clarified for me. And folks when I practiced this story, folks I talked to had the same problem. They were like, okay, we got introduced to new information, like, big new information at the bottom. And I was like, actually, you didn't. It's just their group name. And I think that, like I said, it's not a bad idea, and it is a great thing for a novel, but I think it unfortunately poses an issue for these short stories, because it does have that implication that can end up being confusing. And so I do think that for these short stories, it might be better to use something like, next time the men insist on taking the aquatic shortcut, or next time the team insists on taking an aquatic shortcut, or even just the group, next time the group insists on taking the aquatic shortcut. I think that would work better and wouldn't have room for confusion. It is really unfortunate that can lead to that, because like I said, it is cute, it is great, it just does have that confusion. Alright, so going back to this part here in the middle. So it is, as Ragnar said, it is like inquisitive and curious and fun in that way. And I do enjoy the dreaminess of it, we're dreaming of what could be. For me personally, how do I explain this exactly? I feel like you could get more creative with this prompt. Because to me, this ends up reading as, instead of being like, okay, like here's our prompt, sailing the stars. All right, like what can I do with that? Like people romanticize sailing the stars, and let's think about a character who thinks more practically about that, and let's write about what their life would be like when they actually sailed the stars. Or, okay, sailing the stars. Maybe I could use that for a dance in the stars, that to me is like going, thinking creatively about where you could go. In this story, to me, it feels like sailing the stars. Let's write about a character talking about sailing the stars. To me, it reads as a kind of a strange, glorified version of I talk about how my pet peeve is saying the prompt directly, that it really depends on the prompt. Some prompts it works, but there are a lot of prompts where it's like, why is a raven like a writing desk? And I'm like, you didn't have to say it directly, or something like that. And it detracts from me. It makes me feel like I can, I don't know, it just makes it feel less creative and more obvious. And this feels to me like a, it's not exactly that, because he doesn't say the direct prompt, but it's like saying the prompt in extra words. That instead of going, let's write a story about sailing the stars, it's let's write a story, and the character will say sailing the stars, and then the character will talk about, sailing the stars. And it doesn't really feel like it's adding something like new and creative and interesting to me for this prompt. It feels like it's kind of stating it directly, if that makes sense. And like I said, I cannot totally understand if I'm alone in this. Everyone I've talked to did not agree with me, that they were like, no, like, it's really, like, interesting. Then they're being inquisitive and curious and stuff like that. So totally fine if you disagree, but just something that could be interesting to discuss. But even in the conversation itself, I feel like you could have gone to a deeper place with it, that instead of just saying, what if there was a ship that could sail the stars? I feel like you could have gone to another place that takes the prompt, to another place. It could be, there are two thoughts I have for why I might have this thought. Two theories. One theory is that I know your universes. I've read a few of your universes, and I know one is a sci-fi universe, and I know another is more of like an urban fantasy one. And so when I arrive at this story, I don't automatically assume that this is a world that doesn't have planes. I kind of so far have, I guess, read it as like an Arcane type world, and in Arcane there are blimps, there are flying machines. And so other people might automatically assume, that there aren't flying machines in this world. But I didn't. And so I think part of what makes this paragraph impactful is it's basically like someone in the 1700s going, what if there was a machine that could fly? Or earlier than that, like the 1500s or the 500s, someone going, what if there was a flying machine? And knowing that that's supposed to be the context, it does make it better. It does help a bit that it's somebody musing, what if there were planes? What if there's ships that could fly? But because I'm unsure because I was not clear that there weren't planes in this world, then I didn't quite get the full impact that I could have gotten from it. The other theory I have as to why maybe it didn't have as much impact as it could have for me is because it goes from dreaming to realism to fantasy to superstition or religion. And so I think if the whole paragraph was in that dreamy state, or that whole paragraph is realistic, on and on, then I think that could have had more of an impact, more of a punch to me. But going from like, oh wow, like it's so beautiful, like we could traverse the heavens, and you could let loose the sail and go through the clouds, oh, but it's quite cold up there. Kind of cuts through the dream a little bit, Now we've moved away from poeticism into something realistic, and it cuts it a little bit. And then like we have this fantasy thing that's thrown in there in the middle, and like it seems kind of to come out of nowhere, and I don't really know. Like, okay, you could fly a griffin. Could you fly a Pegasus? Could you fly a giant eagle? Like, why a griffin specifically? What is this related to, And it kind of feels like throwing that in there detracts a little bit to me. Again, if you just, stick to one thing, keep in the dream. And then I think that could have helped me as well. I will say that my favorite part of this paragraph is the angry sky god part. I do think that was the most creative part to me. I like this idea, like, hey, like, if we believe that there are gods up there, like, the sky god might not be happy about us putting a ship up there. And I like the, tricky business god. So I think that is a lot of fun. So like I said, I could very easily be being too harsh on this. I do think it's a lovely story, and going back to what I said before, if I don't know. I was gonna say, like, oh, if I was just reviewing this, I might not, be thinking that hard on it, but I might, because it does have to do with, like, the impact that the story has, and so I do think that still would have happened where I would have felt like I didn't get as much impact around the story. But nonetheless, it is a cute story, and I might just be being too nitpicky on it, but, oh, the other thing I was going to talk about is that, This is not something I realized at first. This took a while to realize, but so so you know the water would have to be very still to reflect the to reflect the sky, especially if it's so much that it looks like two skies. She's motion sick. And if I'm correct that this is not a world that has engines, if this is a fantasy world, you know, that is like more medieval, then there's no motion to make her sick, because wind is what would power the boat. I don't know if it's that she was sick and now that they finally settled down, she's like, all right, I can puke now, you know? Like I said, not something I noticed at first, but once I did, I was like, that's a potential hole, you know? Yeah, let us see what folks have been saying. Surprised it took us so long to get seasickness. Interesting. What surprises you about that?
Oh, I hear a meow. Kitty. Come here, kitty. Silly cat.
Spec always writes intriguing tales. That is true. Mika says, yeah, I read that as a well duh response. The motion sick. Gotcha. And like it says, I totally didn't get that from the text of the story. The mortals thing, I mean. That they're a group. Yeah, fair. Miko reply saying the same thing as above. Maybe Captain Obvious. Yeah, I do think I needed a little more of something like that, you know, well duh or Captain Obvious rather than just repeating the words. Tides can make people motion sick. Well, wouldn't it be the boat in the tide, like moving? And if there's any motion at all, doesn't that mean that the waters would not be still? No matter how still the water is, boats will still bob a bit. The smaller the boat, the more it would move. But it's a big boat. as far as I can tell, at least. Like, and maybe this is just another image I'm imagining wrong, but it says ship, and I'm imagining, okay, you know, big tall ship, that kind of thing. So would a big tall ship really bob enough to make you sick? It's okay, I'm Caruso.
There's the kitty. There he is.
Could be a placebo. That's true. Yes. And thank you so much for submitting, Spectre. It is now time to announce the story the prompt for next week. Get out those drum rolls. Man, I love my background. Okie dokie. Alrighty. In third place, with 16 votes, is Weapons Grade Smile. That is mine. Did I get third place last time as well? That is interesting. Alright. In second place, with 22 votes, is It Worked! It Worked! And then in first place, with 23 votes, one over, is Metamorphosis. So, I think this is the closest vote we have had so far. Well, I guess there was one that was actually a tie that I had to break. But yes, so I completely understand why folks liked this prompt. And it is a theme that I like, and it is actually the fact that this is a theme that I like that makes this prompt high pressure for me. I don't know if I should wait until afterwards to talk about my struggles, but I was like, it's a good prompt. It's too good. It's too much pressure. And so that's why I didn't vote for it. But yeah, so, and it especially is great for our little group, our little mothy group. So you could decide to write a meta story, a story about a meta, with this prompt if you want. Yeah, this is one of those that is a rare one-word prompt, which means it is extremely applicable to many different things. So your character has to go through some kind of metamorphosis. It could be a good metamorphosis, it could be a bad metamorphosis, it is just a change. It could be a physical change, it could be a mental or spiritual change. You know, it could be somebody growing into a better person, it could be someone falling into villainy. It could be a lot of things. Let's think about what specifically makes a metamorphosis like different from just change, you know. What might make it different, you know, from other words, other synonyms? What makes this, because it's a one-word prompt, what makes this word this word? What makes it this specific thing? Let's look up the definition and talk about it specifically. So the dictionary that just comes up immediately. In an insect or amphibian, the process of transformation from an immature form to an adult form, the two or more distinct stages. A change of the form or nature of a thing or a person into a completely different one by natural or supernatural means. Yeah, so I guess maybe the distinction there would be that completely different being that you, or I guess the two different ways to take would be like child to adult, or, you know, maturing. That metamorphosis in nature has this connotation of growing up, that, you know, the larval stage is, you know, the child or teenager stage, and then the metamorphosis is the adult. But then there's also this definition of from one thing to a completely different thing. I guess you could also use it because, like, there's Ovid's Metamorphoses, right? Is the, like, his interpretation of, like, the Greek god stories. Maybe you could use this this prompt to, like, do a retelling of one of his metamorphoses. In a lot of those stories, the characters do change from one form to an entirely new form. So yeah, then that totally, it says perhaps it implies irreversibility. Yeah, that is a great point too. That's actually something I was thinking about when thinking about this prompt for my characters, that I have characters who are irreversibly changed, and, you know, when thinking about it, I was like, okay, maybe I could do it for this other character who changes, but she can go back and forth. Her change is reversible. And so once I thought of that, I was like, I don't think it really fits the prompt then. So yeah, that can definitely be a place that you can go, or a rule that you can adhere to, that metamorphosis means it's irreversible. And how does your character feel about that? Is that good? Is that bad? You know? Yeah, I think Ragnar had the same thought right before I did. There's Ovid's book. Exactly. See. Apparently in Greek it just means transform or change shape. Yeah, so you could take it and use that change shape thing, you know, very strongly. I mean, you could also literally write about the animals. You could literally write about a frog, or or a moth, or a butterfly. Oh yeah, and there's Franz Kafka's Metamorphosis too. You know, you can write about somebody waking up and they're a bug. On Wikipedia, it says, metamorphosis is a biological process by which an animal physically develops, including birth transformation, or hatching, involving a conspicuous and relatively abrupt change in the animal's body structure through cell growth and differentiation. Yeah, so you could focus on that as well. You could focus on the abruptness of it. You could write about a metamorphosis that happens over time. It could be, becoming a better person over time. But it also, you could focus on the abrupt thing. Maybe you could write something about, kind of think about how, like, a caterpillar becomes mush inside the cocoon and stuff like that, and maybe you could take that image and run with it, this idea of completely disintegrating what you were inside this cocoon and metamorphosizing into something else, I just see Ragnar, hey you, I'm a bug. Or hey yo, I'm a bug. And Decoy, I do like frogs. That's awesome. And I think I mentioned this before, but you can discuss, I guess something to think about is, do you want to go for the during or the afterwards? Do you want to go for the, is this painful? Is this good? Is it a bit of both? And then, or do you want to go for, well, hey, I'm a butterfly now. I'm a full-grown moth now. I got wings. Decoy, I already wrote a person turning into a bug story. Yes, I was totally, when I saw this prompt, I was thinking of your story as well. I think that story was literally called Metamorphosis as well. Let's see, go back. There's the Kafka gif in the stream chat. Awesome. Ooh, nice. Hellenic. Perfect invitation for me to show Lord Arrow in Naga form. That's great. And then Wolf has, let's see if this definition is different. Okay, I don't think it is, because that's what I got too. Oh yeah, that too. Korean says, metamorphosis reminds me of the episode where Iroh takes care of Zuko. Yeah, totally. He does say, you're going through a metamorphosis, so you could write about that sort of thing too, that, that idea of, getting sick, and then that change can cause, sickness, that kind of thing. We'll have posted the link to stuff about Ovid's Metamorphoses. But yeah, you guys can feel free to keep spitballing ideas, but I don't usually talk about my story and my ideas, but you know what, I'll if you guys have input, I'll talk about it. It's my stream, I guess I can talk about it. But if you don't know, I have a character who literally transforms, and that is a giant, that is his whole story. That is his whole thing. And I actually was saving, the actual transformation scene for, the prompt, A Terrible Transformation. That's one that Calliope submitted a lot. And she hasn't been around in a while. I actually asked her if she'd be submitting it again. And she was like, if you want to submit it, you can. So I could still save it. I could still decide to post that later. So there's that question. So I'm kind of curious if anybody who does follow my universe, would you feel disappointed if I didn't do Savion's actual transformation for this prompt, or what? But like I said, it is a high pressure scene. It is a big deal scene, and so I'm like, oh, it's scary. Do I want to do it, or do I want to do something else? Because the prompt is metamorphosis, so I could use it to discuss other parts of his transformation or Lestaire's, and not go for the actual scene. So that ends up being the question. Yeah, exactly. Ragnar, hey yo, I'm no longer a wolf. Exactly. And then Wolf says, do it, do it, do it. Oh, amazing. Yeah, so that's my dilemma for this week. Do I want to do it? Do I want to not? But anyways, so thank you to all who submitted for this week. I'm happy we were able to read all the stories. So if you were not read on the stream, then you are not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. They happen at 5 p.m. Central Time on Sundays, and you can submit your story and read it yourself. You can have somebody else read it. You can just lurk. It's all good. There's a lot more back and forth discussion in the voice chat about the stories, so definitely worth joining. You can submit your story to the backup queue in the Discord already. It's first come, first serve as far as I know. And it will happen in the writing group chat and the writing group voice chat. That's a good one. Join us, or else you shall know your body no longer. Yep. Mark says, maybe a little disappointed, but it doesn't have to be for this specific prompt. That is what I assumed, though. Fair. That's it. So if it makes sense for the prompt, I'd say do it. So sounds like I'm getting lots of do-its. All right. But yes, we'll see what happens. I think I'll at least try, and we'll see what happens after I at least try. But anywho, so it's been a lovely stream. I hope that you guys have enjoyed yourselves. I will see you guys next time. And I will see all the ways in which you have changed and metamorphosized. Goodbye.